like to welcome everyone to the Wildlife Board meeting this morning. I've got a letter here I need to read, the statement basically. It says, welcome to the May 2nd, 2024 Wildlife Board meeting. This meeting is being held in person at the Eccles Wildlife Education Center in Farmington, as well as being streamed live on YouTube. This public forum allows you to express your opinions and proposals on wildlife management in our state. This board considers your ideas, opinions, and feedback before making decisions on the proposals before us today. The Wildlife Board is charged with setting wildlife policy for our state. Wildlife management is complex and sometimes it's emotionally charged. We all have ideas and opinions about what is best for Utah's wildlife. It's why we're here today, and that's a good thing. We encourage those who want to express their opinion at today's meeting to fill out a comment card. We expect those in attendance to respect the people who speak, especially those who hold views that don't align with their own. Respectful behavior helps facilitate efficient meetings where board members can listen, digest, and address concerns, ideas, and proposals being presented for consideration. Disrespectful behavior, including booing, yelling, cheering, or laughing while someone is speaking. You can also help maintain respectful space by referring to people by name instead of their descriptors or their physical characteristics, demeanor, or gender. If this behavior occurs, the board chair will remind attendees to be respectful. If the behavior continues, the applicable individual or individuals will be asked to leave. Lastly, please help reduce distractions during the meeting by putting your phone on silent. And if you need to take a call, we ask you to step outside. And as you can see, I just had to put mine on silent. So thank you for being here today. We'll start off by our agenda. Do we have any modifications or changes to the agenda for today? If not, I'll call for a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Gary, seconded by Kent. Oh, yep, thank you. Let's go call for a vote. We'll start with you, Brett.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Motion carries. And I've already jumped ahead of my plan, so we're going to go back and first introduce our board members. So let's start with you, Brett. Introduce yourself. Tell you what region you represent.
Brett Selman from the north.
Gary Nelson, Central Region.
Randy Dirth from the Northeast region.
Bryce Thurgood from the north.
Paula Richmond, Southern.
Kent Johnson, Southeastern.
Thank you. And let's introduce our Iraq chairs and representatives. Today we've got Dana Truman on the line. Dana, if you will say hi to everybody. We appreciate you representing the Southeast region today.
Well, hello. Happy to be here.
Thank you. And then Austin.
Austin Atkinson, Cedar City, representing Southern Region.
Grizzling, Northeastern region.
Mike Christensen, Central.
Brad Buchanan, northern region.
Thank you. Okay, we've already got the agenda. Let's talk about the minutes for our last meeting. Do we have any modifications or changes to the minutes of our meeting, which was on January 4th, 2024? Not seeing any changes or modifications. I'll call for a motion to approve those minutes.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second it.
Motion was made by Paula, seconded by Brett to approve the minutes of the January 4th, 2024 meeting. All those in favor, let's start with Brett.
Yes.
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 Thank you. The motion carries. That's unanimous. Okay, the action log. We'll turn the time over to Gary Nelson for our action log. And
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There've been a couple of things that have been in the works for a while. This one was The motion was, I move, we ask the division to look into guides and outfitters obtaining special use permits for WMAs, and I know that one's in the works. It's still being worked on presently, and we'll look forward to hearing more about that in future meetings. The next one was to have the division to look into trap fee increase for non-residents for 2024. And that one, what's happened already this year, I discussed this with Darren, and they have had an increase in non-resident bobcat fees, and that's gone up to $57, which is probably the larger factors for drawing non-residents to trap here. And then any additional fees will have to go through the rack and board process, as the other things usually do, and be approved by the legislature. So we're starting with the bobcat increase at this point, and they'll continue to look at that. Another one, they'd asked the division to form a CWMU recommendation committee and review rules about some of the things with CWMUs, at least as far as equitability and public, private, actually managing to the objective, stuff like that. And then trade lands was in it as well that they were to discuss, and that has happened. And I've visited with Chad about this. They'll be ready to go in the next round of rack and board meetings, so we'll look forward to addressing it then. And we wanted to thank Chad for his work on that. And then we're still working on the use of barrels for bait stations, and that because that has to go through our federal partners.
Thank you, Gary. Any questions, Gary? All right, thank you. Well, we'll turn the time over to our division director, Jay Shirley, for a division update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Mike is pulling up my slides. Mike, I don't have the clicker up here either. Okay, that sounds good. During the rack tour, it seems like it's been a while since we've done this. I missed our January board meeting. I apologize for that. But it seems like it's been a while. We have done, if you listen to the rack meetings and go to those and see the regional updates, I am just astounded, and I am completely in the loop with what we're up against every day in our agency and the amazing work that is getting done on a statewide basis. So I'm excited to give this update, and we just pick and choose a few things of the amazing things that are going on within our agency and our employees. And this is a great time of year. This is a great meeting. We should all be torn of what we're doing every day. You should have a shotgun in your truck. You should probably have your binoculars and hiking boots and fishing pole, and I hate to say it, but maybe even a golf club, because it's a great time of year. It's a great time of year to be out, and our employees get super excited about this time of year as well. So with that, from our administrative services section, the spring turkey hunt is open. I know Monday morning it was busy with general season hunters out there, and it's a great hunt, and so get out and enjoy that. Our big game application closed. You can see that number there, 5,071, 394 thousand applications for big game permits. That's an increase of 2.53% from last year. And our licensing section and all those that are involved, that's a big lift for them. We're glad when it goes off without any hiccups, as I just kind of hiccuped. So excuse me. The big game draw results will be available on May 16th. I assume, I don't know, I can't see anyone out there, but Lindy's here. I assume that will go out in similar fashion as it did last year. So, and then again, hunters can still apply for bonus points during the antlerless application period from the 5th to the 19th. Next slide, Mike. Our aquatic section, you saw we had to put out a emergency closure on Panguitch Lake. It lasted for about 2 weeks. There were some concerns with the dam. There was concerns with pressure that the ice was putting on the reservoir. There are some cracks they were looking at in the dam. Anyway, our southern region staff acted quickly. We made, we're working with the county and other divisions inside DWR, especially water rights, did a really good job at lowering the level of the reservoir to a safe place. It is now open to fishing again, with some be careful around the dam areas and some closure around that while they work through that. Tiger muskie. We produced over 1 million tiger muskie eggs this spring, more than we needed for our statewide quota. We were actually able to share 200,000 eggs with other states around us that are interested in having tiger muskie. So this is, again, this is one of those things you don't just do on your own, obviously, and takes a lot of science and a lot of trial and error, and our people are just amazing at making these things happen. So with that, they also spawned over 8 million walleye, and they, use pressure, thousands of pounds of pressure to sterilize those eggs, and have really got it dialed in and are doing a great job. And we're excited about that. And then our Virgin River and Upper Colorado recovery programs are in full swing, and that's a busy time of year for them from now until November. Next slide. Habitat section restoration. This is the big time of year for this. Again, our conservation permit program. They met a few weeks ago, record-breaking number there, 4.8 million put towards habitat and other research projects in the state. We're super excited about that. In addition to that, you have Habitat Council monies of 3.4 million and WRI that, again, we thank all the partners that are involved, but those two numbers will also go towards wildlife habitat projects across the state, and it involves a lot of partners. And again, where all of our conservation groups were part of that 4.8 million. And in addition to that, we also had the CWMU Association put in some money. So we're grateful for the hard work that's being put in there and the support that we have. And you can see that number, that those projects that are anticipated to happen this year and are being funded, we anticipate 100 to 150,000 acres of habitat getting done over this next year. So thanks to all those that are involved. Next slide. Our law enforcement section, there's been a lot of changes to our AIS program. A couple of those have been legislative actions where it used to be included in your registration, that fee, and now it's not. And so we still are having a few questions that we're working through as an agency there. I think we're working hard on that. Again, this program, this is the big time of year. This is the big ramp up for that. This is something that's been very successful in Utah. We've been able to keep quagga mussel in Lake Powell to the best of our ability and knowledge since 2013, I think it was. So we're 11 years into this program, and that's still our only water body in the state. So if you have questions, there's the STD of the Sea website, and we're happy to answer any questions with that as well. We, in addition, we're still filling vacancies across the state for our officer positions. You can see there's 5 positions that are either getting filled now or will be before our fall hunts start. Next slide. Outreach section. This is exciting stuff. The app has been updated, and you can now download our guidebooks and then use them offline. So if you're up on the hill and you have a question and you're thinking, well, I could probably look that up. Yes, you probably can now. So really, it seems simple. It's a lot of work. You can also see, I get excited about that middle picture where our fishing guidebook is published in Spanish. That was a big deal, and our staff that were involved with that, and RBFF, which is Recreational Boating and Fishing Foundation, anyway, recognize them for their efforts in doing that, and we were given a grant to make that happen. So pretty neat work there. Our Cache Valley Public Shooting Range has an open house May 11th. 9 to 5, I think, is the time that you can go up there. And a lot of what we will be doing that day is free. So free entry. I hope if I'm mistaken there, it probably will be free now. So, oh, it says that in my notes too. Yes, free entry for the, that's good. Because free catches people's minds and eyes. So yeah, anyway, really excited about that and the opportunity that's going to provide for shooting in the future. Next slide, please. Our wildlife section. Again, super busy time of year since we've last met. We captured over, I should get this number right, 1,779 animals this year during our capture season, and over 1,000 of those were deer. So you can imagine the group effort that is, the partnerships that are involved, the time that is spent, and we are learning a lot. I'm super excited to see what our future holds for us these next couple years, with being in horrible drought conditions and now in a position that's very different. It's going to be exciting to see the changes in the data that we receive from just the weather pattern. So you can see on that slide there that adult survival is statewide has been about 90%, and in the north, fawn survival has been average, but it's been high everywhere else. In addition, with the mule deer, we've been having our mule deer committee working through our new plan, has been meeting. They've met, it's been about 6 times or so, and we're excited to see some of the changes that are being recommended and all the work and that's going into that. So wanted to mention as well, as part of this slide, wolves always is coming up, and with Colorado's release on wolves, we get questions about that, not daily, but all the time. So so far the wolves in Colorado, you can go on their website and look at their latest data as well, but they haven't got any closer to Utah from when they've been released. In fact, it seems like they're moving a little bit east. So anyway, just an update there. Our sage-grouse let counts are up 15% statewide, and we're going to wrap up those counts this week. The Panguitch sage-grouse management area has had the highest increase in elk visitation to date. So again, with the change in weather patterns, we've seen a great response from our wildlife species, and that's probably due. A lot of that is going to be due to the amazing habitat work that's been done across the state, and now it's given a chance to really flourish. So we have also moved 900 turkeys this season to areas in the state using partners and a lot of help to make that happen, to boost our turkey populations in the state. So next slide. I put this in here as program spotlight. We have an endangered species mitigation fund. For those of you that are not aware, this is a fund that we're able to mainly deal with native species in the state that are either on the endangered species list or are a species of greatest conservation need in our state. The legislature gave us an additional $2 million this year to deal with projects. So similar to all of our other incoming funding sources that we meet and come up and allocate money to projects, they do the same thing here, and they have funded and picked out 60 projects across the state. This is a big deal. This is a big deal for how our state functions moving forward. It affects everything that we're involved in, from the hunting species to the species that we don't hunt. So I felt like it was appropriate to highlight this program, and it's been around since the late 90s, and but it does really amazing work. So thank you. Next slide. Thank you. There's another thank you. I did want to throw in one quick video today. I know we have a big agenda, and so I want to be conscientious of our time, but I wanted to highlight one of our marketing videos that our staff have put together, and just close by showing that.
To me, fishing is about family. It's about making that connection and sharing our love of nature. I see the look on my son's face when he catches a fish, and it's amazing. There's so much wonder, so much joy. It's the same excitement I still feel when I go to a new lake or pond. It's a challenge every time. What are the fish biting today? I love to figure that out. Fishing is for everyone. You're never too young or old, and it's a great way to spend time together. It's also really easy. You get a license, know the rules, and keep your gear in your car. That's it. You're always ready for the next adventure. Plan a trip and get your fishing license today at wildlife.utah.gov.
That's it. We just want to encourage you all to get out and enjoy the resources that we have. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Director Shirley?
Just one. Would you elaborate on the why of sterilizing the walleye eggs?
Do we have anyone here from our aquatics section? I can probably make a pretty good stab at it, and then you can get a real answer from a professional. But a lot of the fish that we stock anymore, we try to stock sterile fish so that we can change or update the fishery as needed in the future. So stocking fish that are sterile has become a pretty popular thing across the country because it makes it easier to change management plans or something else in the future. So. And we'll get you a real answer later.
Thank you, Director Shirley. Great update. A lot of good things going on in the state. We'll move over to our agenda item number 5. Buck deer permit recommendations for 2024. We'll ask Dax Mangus to come up. If you have a comment, please back here between these two glass doors. There's comment cards. I think they're green ones on the table. Please go back there, get a comment card, and bring them to one of these two sweet ladies over here, and they'll get them up here to us. So, Dax, is there any, before you get started today, is there anything you'd like to update the board on from your RAC visits?
Yeah, just one quick correction, and we mentioned this in all the racks, and this was part of what was accepted by the racks. We had a miscalculation on that early muzzleloader limited entry hunt that we have on our general season deer units. On the fish lake unit, we had recommended 8 permits, and it should have been 6 based on 0.5% in the plan. So the fish lake in the rack packet showed 8, should have been 6. The Monroe showed 6 and should have been 5. So when we clarified that with all 5 of the racks, and they ended up, ultimately approving the recommendations at those corrected numbers. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Yeah, had a great rack tour, lots of really good discussion from the regions, got some good public feedback. It was really encouraging. I think generally folks are excited for the opportunity to hunt deer. They're pretty pleased with the efforts of, not just the division, but a lot of other partners and groups as well that have participated in a lot of the collar studies and research that we have going on. We had a really good, really kind of custom order winter. If you could ask for the perfect winter for mule deer, this winter that we're just coming out of really was that, where we had great snowpack up high, but on our deer winter ranges, temperatures were relatively mild, and animals seem to have done really, really well based on what we're seeing with collar data and our folks out looking at animals. Things are looking green. Hopefully we get another rainstorm this weekend. So we're optimistic and excited about the conversations and discussions we've had, and excited to jump into it with the board today.
Thank you, Dax. We'll start with questions from the board. Does anybody have any questions for Dax on the presentation or any of the RAC visits or anything else?
Just a couple. The permit numbers on the beaver, I've received some correspondence with concern over that, where we're kind of right at the maximum, and it's been fairly low. Last year, it finished right at the maximum. and an additional, what is it, 600 permits were added. Could you elaborate on that a little bit and the why of it?
Yeah, and you know, the beaver's one that's come up a few times, and it's a unit where you know, during those drought years, we really struggled. We lost a lot of deer on the beaver unit, but the last few years have been. It looks really good. Things have been. We've had better fawn production. Looking at really good fawn survival this year. I was talking with the biologist of the beaver unit and looking at these permit numbers that we're recommending right now versus, you know, where this unit has been in the past. And we're not recommending something that puts us into uncharted territory. We're just kind of getting back to where we've been in the past, where we're meeting objective. I know some folks express concern like, oh, well, we did have a really low buck-to-doe ratio, relatively low buck-to-doe ratio on the beaver in 2021. It's trending up, and the data indicates it's going to continue to trend up. We can add some permits there, still meet the objective. And this is something that we've heard a lot about. Folks are, the division used to really focus on looking at the 3-year average buck-to-doe ratio. We still do look at that. We look at the trend there. And with all the great data we have, all the collar data and that information, we are really focused on where we're at and where we're going, more so than where we were 2 or 3 years ago. And so that's a little bit of a shift in mindset for some folks when they see, hey, well, 3 years ago it didn't look very good, but in the mule deer world, 3 years can make a really big difference. So I hope that explains kind of where we're coming from. It's based on good years of production and especially fawn survival, and we're looking at another good year this year. So.
Okay, thank you. Another question, and I apologize for this one in advance. Received some phone calls yesterday about the Zion unit, and the perception there is that the buck-to-doe ratio doesn't exist on the ground, and there's concern about crowding. And I've talked to Kevin Bunnell about it a little bit and kind of understand it, but would you elaborate on that a little bit, the permit numbers and where we are there?
Yeah, and maybe I'll have Teresa, the manager from Southern Region, come up, and I'll just point out while she's coming up, you know, the recommendation this year is to go to 3,300 permits on the Zion unit. And just for reference, you know, in 2020, we were at 3,800 permits. So again, we're recommending an increase, but we're not making a recommendation that puts us into uncharted territory in similar patterns like we've seen on the beaver with relatively good fawn survival is what we're also seeing on the Zion. And maybe I'll give a minute to Teresa to dive into a little more of that.
Hi, Teresa Griffin, Wildlife Manager in the Southern Region. So yeah, as Dax said, as recent as 2020, we were issuing 3,800 permits. So we're just 500 below that right now. But the previous 2 years, we were at 2325, which is probably the lowest amount of permits that we've had hunting on the Zion in any recent times. So we do have those issues on that unit with not only Zion National Park, but there is a lot of private land on the unit. So at different times, some areas may feel a little bit crowded. There has been some emails with some different calculations. I think it was maybe estimated for archery on public land, there may be a hunter every, I think it was maybe 0.18 acres. What was it, Paula?
I think it was 1.8.
1.8. So, and that was based, I looked into that and they did the calculations, I think, based on the exactly in our management plan for the Zion unit, it outlines all the acreages for summer, winter transitional lands. And that was public land in summer range. And a lot of people do have access to private lands and they're hunting there, or they're also hunting in some of those that we don't calculate exactly as summer range. I mean, there's a lot of great winter range on that area, but you know, if you go to Webster's Flat for the archery hunt, you may see a fair amount of people. So there's some pockets, some hot spots. Does that answer your
Okay.
question?
Yeah, that does. And while you're there, one other question, just as part of the phone conversation I had with one gentleman yesterday. What is, are you receiving feedback? Is the division getting any feedback on hunter satisfaction or complaints of crowding and stuff, or a lack of deer, and especially on the late muzzleloader limited entry portion of that?
I haven't heard any of those complaints. I think people that I have spoke to about the late muzzleloader have been really satisfied. And we also have the mid rifle hunt, and people have been really, that I've spoke to, have been really excited about it. So I've only heard the positive feedback, which isn't really normal for me to hear that, but on the Zion I have.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Other questions for Dax?
Maybe just a quick one on, so it seems like sometimes there's a perception of maybe they don't trust the data or things that are coming out. And I really liked what you had said at one of the racks about, I don't know, how do we bridge the gap between what we're seeing as sportsmen and what we're seeing as biologists, and just kind of how to speak to that for a little bit.
Yeah, thanks, Paula. So I read all the public comments submitted for the Southern Rack. I read them for all the racks, but I read all the public comments submitted for the Southern Rack. And, you know, I was feeling kind of bummed out after I got finished reading those comments, because I'm encouraged that there's so many people that are so passionate, especially about mule deer. I love that. And I grew up on the Pine Valley. I grew up in Santa Clara, grew up on the Pine Valley. And I still kind of get beat up by my high school friends and neighbors if I talk to them about deer management down south. You know, I read through a lot of those comments, and I was excited that people are passionate. And on the other hand, you know, a little bit bummed out and even maybe frustrated, as the division has worked so hard over especially the last decade to really try to get the best possible data we can get, and have great information, and use that in our management and our recommendations. And there's definitely, you know, a group of folks out there that don't trust us and don't trust the data. And you know, to those folks, I would say, please call us up. Call our offices, find the phone number, get the phone number to the regional wildlife manager or the biologist of the district that you're interested in, or the one that you're struggling with. Come out with them in the fall, in December, when we're going on capture projects. We'll invite you. It's not an exclusive club. You know, if you want to get involved, we will find ways to get you involved. Come out when we have deer in hand and we're measuring ingesta-free body fat and loin thickness and rump fat, and aging these animals and putting GPS collars on there. Get to know our biologists a little bit and ask if you can hop in the truck with them and go around one day when they're classifying deer. Come out with them when they have a collar mortality on one of their GPS collar deer, and they go out to recover that collar and do a field necropsy to determine cause of death. Tag along and ask them those questions when you're in the truck with them. Our staff are really, they're really knowledgeable. They're really passionate. They're happy to talk and discuss. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the division's always quote unquote right, or that we might not still disagree on some things once in a while. But I think when you get to know our staff, you know, we have a bunch of biologists that are, you know, they're mule deer nuts. They love hunting deer, and they really are trying to do the best thing to manage this resource to benefit the public. They're trying to follow our management plans. They believe in the data. They helped collect the data that informed writing of these plans. You know, if you feel like you can't stand the division, I guess I'm just asking those folks, give us another chance. Come spend some real face-to-face time with the division biologists, with our officers, with our staff in the regions, and ask them those hard questions, and give us a chance instead of, you know, piling on to some Facebook comment mob. Go out there and get it direct from the source. And I've just seen time and time again, the folks that do that, we still maybe don't always disagree. They still might think we're issuing too many buck permits on the beaver, but at least, we can have meaningful conversations and discussions about the data and why we're doing what we're doing, rather than, attacking each other's character and accusing folks of lying and that type of thing. So I would encourage folks, even if it maybe sounds hard to you, make a couple phone calls, come spend some time with our folks. And I think you'll find, I think it would surprise a lot of people that we're probably closer to being on the same page than maybe they thought.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Brett.
I just want to mirror what you've just said about that, because I mean, if people get involved, I have learned so much from the division people about how to tell what killed an animal, whether it's a sheep or a deer or whatever, and the technology you guys have. I would like to mirror what you said. That's right on. You guys are awesome.
And it goes both ways too. I really think our staff, when they spend time with hunters, sometimes it helps them see a different perspective, and we learn too. As division employees, we really are trying to manage this resource in a way that serves the public, and it's good for us to hear the perspectives of our sportsmen. And there've been some really pivotal moments in my career where this light bulb clicked in my head, and I said, these guys are right. These folks that are talking to us and tell us these things, they are correct. What they are saying is true. And from the way I'm looking at things, what I'm seeing and what I'm saying is also true. So now how do we come together and find a solution that addresses, different perspectives? So, we're not the only ones going to be teaching folks. I think our folks learn as well. And we enjoy that interaction and enjoy hearing that perspective. And it challenges us sometimes. And sometimes we take a hard look and listen to folks, and we realize, hey, we need to tweak this. We need to do better on this, or let's make a change here. So it goes both ways. And we want to get that perspective, and we want folks to give us a fair chance as well.
Gary?
I hear quite a bit down my way. There's a lot of old timers that have been hunting for decades and decades, and they've noticed this decline, and then they still see that we're adding 1,000 tags to the Nebo, or a generous increase anyway, and they have never seen that few a deer. And I visit with them and I talk to them, say, well, based on what we're seeing now, this is the best way to move forward. I like that protocol better than the last 3 years average and what was going on 3 years ago and figuring into what's going on today. So I like the real-time data. I like the caller data that we have. I think we're in a better position to make good decisions about animals than we've ever been before. So I like where we're at.
Any other questions for Dax from the board? Well, we'll turn, any questions from rack chairs for Dax?
I do have one other issue that's come up a little bit, and I spoke with Jay about this a little bit earlier, and we're kind of in a weird spot on this one. We set season dates for 2023 and 2024. We did that back in the fall of 2022. And when we did that, that was the first time we'd done multi-year season dates at once. And we like that. I think we're looking to do that more. And it's come to our attention when the hunt planner went live and the recommendations came out. We had a few folks contact us. And because on the limited entry, the premium limited entry, any legal weapon hunt on the Paunsaugunt unit, because that runs until October 31st, it ends up with a couple days overlap on top of the management buck hunt, which ends up with a couple days overlap on top of the cactus buck hunt. And we can't really change season dates for bucks and bulls in this meeting. I don't think we can do that because it's not on the agenda, but it may be something we want to look at. If what it'll do is it'll put, especially on that management buck hunt, there'll be some, potentially some premium limited entry hunters on top of the first part of their hunt, and potentially some cactus buck hunters on the end of their hunt. Maybe they'll be okay and be fine and hunt at the same time. Most of the premium limited entry hunters will probably be done by then. That Paunsaugunt hunt it's 4 days longer than all the other rifle deer hunts. But that is one that's come up a little bit and come to our attention. And so I guess I just wanted to bring that up to the board. If we wanted to make a change to that, though, we would probably have to put it on the agenda for the June 11th meeting and then notify folks after the draw that we're changing the dates. If that's something the board wanted to do, we could let those folks know that we're looking to potentially change the dates, or I guess an emergency board meeting. And I don't know that we have to address this or make a change here, but I did want to bring it to your attention. We've gotten a couple emails just in the last couple of days with some folks concerned about it. So.
Is this the first time we've had an overlap like that, or I know we have some once in a lifetime overlaps on a few as well, but.
We occasionally have some overlaps. We usually do not have overlaps on top of like a premium limited entry deer permit. Some states have a lot of overlaps with different seasons for even different species going on at the same time. In Utah, we have a little bit of that, but we generally try to avoid it. We have that mid-season, general season deer hunt that overlaps, a lot of times the spike elk hunt or an any bull elk hunt. We have a little bit of this, but it's not typically how we do it. And it's probably not how we would have done it. I think as we went to a multi-year recommendation, this is one. Our dates adjust a little bit every year to try to keep with Saturday openers. And because that Paunsaugunt premium limited entry rifle hunt goes longer than some of the other hunts, I think it messed it up when it was calculating the dates. And that's just one we didn't notice. And then like I said, it got approved in December of 2022. So it's been on the books for a couple of years, but it's just in the last little while it came to our attention.
Okay. Go ahead, Bryce.
We just say how many hunters will be in each season?
Yeah, so the any legal weapon hunt for Paunsaugunt premium limited entry, 77 permits. That's set in the plan. Well, and I guess the board will be deciding these numbers today. The recommendation for the management buck hunt is 20. Last year it was 12. This year we're recommending 20. And the cactus buck hunt last year was 30, and this year we're recommending 30 again. And the current approved dates for the premium limited entry any legal weapon hunt on Paunsaugunt is October 19th through 31st. The management buck hunt is October 30th through November 3rd. And the cactus hunt is November 2nd through November 17th.
One last question. Do you have the average days of harvest?
We looked at it. I don't have it with me right this second, but we did look at it, and the vast majority of the Paunsaugunt any legal weapon, that premium permit, have filled their permits by the time you get to I think last year there was like 10 folks who did not harvest. So I think there's always a handful of people on that hunt that are really holding out even till the very last day looking for, a giant or something. But out of 77 permits, I think there was 10 that didn't harvest at all. But other than those 10, almost everyone had like all the rest of the folks who harvested actually harvested several days before the end of the hunt.
Dex, I know on our application process, there's 8 or 10 boxes we need to read and check, and the very last box talks about this very thing, that the hunt dates might be modified, or there could be additional information after the board makes their recommendations on things. So I think as a hunter, we're all aware that those season dates could slip one way or the other. I guess my gut feel is if I had a premium entry or limited entry tag, I don't want other hunters on top of me. I guess I'll never get one, but that's how I would feel. I guess I would recommend that maybe you guys take a look at that and come back to the board with a season date recommendation in June, so that our management buck hunters aren't stumbling on cactus buck hunters and vice versa. What's the rest of the board feel?
I think it would be helpful to us if we have a pretty good idea that the board is supportive of this idea generally. Then that helps us to communicate, with the hunters who maybe potentially draw that permit. It puts us in a tough spot. Some folks really have to put in for time off well in advance. And so we want to give hunters as much notice as we can. We also have to follow the law with regard to, what's on the agenda, what's on the action log, what we can decide on. We're in kind of a tight spot here with the timeline. But I think if we can get a pretty good idea from the board as to how you would like to approach this, then that helps us be able to reach out to folks that draw these hunts and let them know that there's a pretty good likelihood their dates might shift by a couple days.
I guess,
agree. I think we probably ought to look at it.
say that
June
again.
11th meeting.
Yeah, I think maybe take a look at it and see where those dates ought to slip to. And maybe just moving them 2 days isn't the right thing to do. Be depending on weekends and whatever, but maybe take a look at that and if it's the right thing to do, come back to the board in June put that on the agenda.
Yeah, we looked at the dates. If we had that premium limited entry rifle Ponsagot hunt go till the 31st, and then had the management buck hunt go November 1st through 5th, and then the cactus buck go the 6th through 21st, that keeps the same number of days, but just shifts everything a couple of days so we don't have the overlap. I think, if I was going back in time and redoing it in 2022, that's probably how we'd put the dates, just to avoid having the overlap. We want folks to have the best hunt they can have. And and we don't want to surprise folks.
Do you already have archery overlap
With
on the Ponsagot for deer?
So we don't have an archery general season elk hunt on the Ponsagot.
Archery, limited entry archery, and management archery.
I'd have to look at that one. I don't know. So some hunts we do have overlap. I mean, the spike elk hunt, archery spike elk hunt overlaps a lot of limited entry elk hunts. That overlaps are not unheard of, and we could potentially leave it alone and be okay as well.
I just feel like there's going to be so few people. I mean, we're talking 10 or less the last few days, that they probably could have shot a deer by then, but they're just, like you said, they're
the vast majority will have shot a deer
so
by
we're getting to I don't know. I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah, and that's why I guess I just wanted to discuss it with the board and get your feel on it. If you feel like it's not a big deal, don't need to address it, we can leave it alone. If we feel like we want to, if you'd like us to address it, then we're happy to bring it back. Did you have something, Lindy?
The archery does overlap. So you're correct. The archery does overlap with the management. So those two kind of go on at the same time, but the premium hunt has longer season date than the management hunt.
I guess my thought on it is if it's something that we haven't really done in the past, we should probably try to stick with what people's expectations are for that hunt. So if it is like a clerical error, I don't see that it's a big problem as long as it's not going to take a long time in the board meeting next month on I think it's the 13th. Am I right? 13th of June. Then we can, I don't know. That's kind of my thoughts. If we can fix a clerical error and keep expectations, I'm fine with that.
How's the rest of the board feel? Sounds like Bryce doesn't think we ought to do it.
I don't care either way. I just think that it's something that we can live with and be fine. But if you guys feel like you want to change it, I'm fine with that too.
I do think when somebody finally draws a Ponce tag, it'd be nice to have their season to themselves. That's my feeling. I know there's been overlap and there always will be a little overlap, but there has never been there. So I know that was their expectation when they put in. But yeah, it is their fault because they didn't look at the dates. So
I think it's water under the bridge and go forward with the way it is. Shouldn't be a surprise to anybody.
You think we want to leave it like it is without
Yeah,
changing that?
I do. I mean, the management buck guy might jump the trophy buck guy in a deer into him and he'd be his hero. It's hunting. I used to hunt on the cache when it was unlimited in the 80s. Plenty of people. We was fine.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking you, let me know if you want to put it on the action log for that June meeting. It's not what we've done in the past. It represents something different. I would maybe feel more comfortable with it if we had told people up front, hey, just so you know, this is going to be different this year. We didn't tell people that. I don't want to surprise folks or disappoint someone's hunt. And if we don't change it, you know, the sun will still come up tomorrow. We'll live as well. But if it's an easy fix and we don't surprise folks, you know, I guess that's the direction I'm asking for the board. If you want us to bring it back in June with the fix where we shift those, the management hunt and cactus buck hunt a couple days later, we can do it, I think, pretty quickly and easily. So.
I think
How
for
many
those
calls?
30 people that are going to get the tags, they would appreciate having other people maybe, because the cactus buck hunters, they're going to be out there scouting a couple days early, which is going to be into the management buck hunt, I think. And the management buck, they're going to be out there scouting a couple days early before their hunt. So I think in my opinion, I think you'd be better off to move them a little bit. Kent, go ahead.
I was just curious how much, I mean, Dax said he'd received some calls. I received a phone call about this myself. Has anybody else received any correspondence about
Received
it?
emails about it.
Just some emails.
I've got 20 plus points and I still put in for it. I wasn't afraid.
I don't want to hijack too much of our time on our things that are on the agenda here. So.
Yeah, sounds like we probably ought to have a motion on this. So even though it's not on the agenda, so are we okay to do a motion on this? We're not.
I
We're
think
not okay to do a motion on it.
you could put it on the action log. Is that legal?
Stacy's shaking her head. Yes, I could see her. No, she's not shaking her head. No, she's going to come up and slap me.
Yeah, I'm in trouble now.
Here's the procedural line that you guys are tiptoeing up against. This item is.
Don't look at me
I'm
while you're
looking
saying
right
this,
at you.
because I said I did not want to do it.
This
So
item
look at somebody
is,
else.
okay. This item is not on the agenda. It was not publicized to the public. You've probably spent far more of a conversation on something that impacts hunters that is not on the agenda than you should have. To put it in perspective, there are about 800 applications for the management and the cactus hunt. So those are the people you're impacting right now. You have some options to do it legally. You can have an emergency board meeting, which gives us at least 24 hours to post this agenda, and then we would have to notify those who are impacted by it, and then you could address this item. You can do an action log item to ask to move it to the June 13th board meeting, keeping in mind that by that time, the draw will have been done, hunters will be notified, and those season permits will be on their permits. So it's a sticky situation from any perspective. We did publish the dates back in November. They went through the application process. That all needs to be considered, but for you to legally do some action here, it needs to be on an agenda if you're going to modify season dates. So there's your options. We certainly can do an emergency board meeting. We have to have at least 24 hours notice, so that cannot happen today.
So to me, that's a lot more than just fixing a clerical error. So that probably changes my previous thoughts. If it's that hard for the hunters that have already,
it's a more
they already
complicated
know.
situation than just a clerical error.
Yeah,
Yes.
they put in for the hunt. They know the dates.
The application closed with those dates in place. Yes.
So there's probably not. Yeah. Okay. That changes my perspective on how we should move forward.
Me too. Thanks, Stacy. I agree with Bryce now.
So I think, are we all on board with Brett? Leave it like it is? All right. Thanks, Dak. Appreciate you bringing it up.
Okay, back to the actual
Yeah,
agenda. Sorry for the illegal detour, maybe.
Thank you, Stacy, for correcting us and straightening us out. Okay, we didn't have any RAC questions for the chair, from the RAC chair, so we'll turn the time over to Director Shirley for some online comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I gave each board member a copy of my summary here as well, so you can read that as I'm putting it out here. But agenda item number 5, buck deer permit recommendations. We had 27 online comments. 13 of those comments, 48%, strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's recommendation. 11 comments, 41%, strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 3 were neutral. Some of the themes off of this, there were 8 comments that generally supported the division's recommendation and thanked DWR for using data and research as it increases transparency. There were 5 comments that were not supportive of the recommendations and a need that the division needs and the herds need longer times to recover from the winter of 22-23 and to pump the brakes on increases for another year. There were 6 comments relating to permit recommendations being all about money and the driving force for DWR, and that they wanted to keep permits lower and charge more. 2 comments about not increasing permits last year where the data support increases was a mistake. And then kind of some individual comments that I thought we hear. Utah should move the needle towards more quality. Don't support permit increases on the beaver unit. Don't agree with decreasing muzzleloader permits on the Ogden unit while leaving cash the same as they were in the same and suffered the same winter. And that permits should be based on the number of deer on public lands. Dedicated hunter hours should be focused on improving habitat, such as removing juniper trees. And then rifle optics should be limited to a 3x9 scope power, which seems like a technology item there. That's it. That's my summary.
Thank you, Director. We'll move to the RAC reports. Dana, can we start with you for a RAC report for the Southeast region?
Yes, thank you. I represent the Southeast region. And for this action item, our RAC had 1 motion and it passed 6-2. Our discussion focused mainly on understanding the data that was involved in the permit recommendations. We also focused on our appreciation and importance of managing to the current management plan for the deer. And we appreciated the fact that Division of Wildlife has been listening to the different regions on permit recommendations. So our motion was to accept the division's proposal as presented with the adjustment that we accept the higher recommended numbers for the southern region, or the units in the southern region. So again, it was accept the proposal as presented with the adjustment of accepting those higher numbers. Our 2 dissenting votes preferred to go with the division's proposal as recommended without the adjustment.
Thank you. Austin?
Thank you. In the southern region, we had a lot of discussion about this agenda item, as most of our public feedback that came in were not supportive of the recommendations. Ultimately, we had 1 motion that was passed. It was to accept the division's recommendations as presented, and that passed 6-4. So fairly split. Those opposed wanted no increases on certain units, so even less than what was recommended. But it was passed as recommended.
Thank you, Austin. Chris?
Want to thank all the other RACs for having great questions. Our RAC didn't have very many questions on most of these items because it felt like they was already answered, but we had 1 motion. It was to accept the division's recommendations as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. Mike?
The central region, we had a really good discussion on this, and it came to the motion to and it was unanimous to accept the recommendations as presented, with the exception of the southern region to go with the calculator column.
Thank you, Mike. Brad?
So in the northern region, kind of along the same lines. So we had a motion to accept the deer permit recommendations as presented, with the exception of an increase to 75% of the, we tried to word this, of the full division proposed potential permit increases for the southern unit. So that additional column that was in the presentation that Dax showed, the official recommendation was 50% of that. Our recommendation motion was to go to 75% of that. That passed 5-3. The 3 dissenting votes, one felt it should be left more to the southern region to decide, and the other 2 supported the more conservative approach.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to comment cards. We've got 3. First, we'll ask Brandon Zundell to come up, and after him will be Kevin Ormond.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
did we have questions from the audience at all?
we don't have questions from the audience in this
Okay.
meeting.
Already on? Yeah. I'm Brandon Zundel. I represent myself. I quit drinking about a month and a half ago, and I guess I've just got a lot of free time now. I've been thinking about general season deer. You know, I started hunting in 1990. It wasn't, that was back when we actually had a general season deer hunt. And a lot of people talk about crowding. You haven't seen crowding unless you were out there with 200,000 other people. But in fact, I've been thinking, why do we call it general season deer hunt anymore? Because, well, it's, as far as I can tell, it's the only general season where we actually limit the number of hunters. So maybe the mule deer committee could come up with a better name, maybe the expanded entry season or something. I don't know. Anyway, as I looked at things, there were a lot of things that were interesting. And one of the things that I find interesting is that the cache unit, for example, where I hunt, really I hammered 2002, 2023, that winter. We lost 80% of our adult deer. And yet there's no decrease in our tags. And I thought, how is that? And it's because the little biologists, they looked at the numbers and the data and their models, and they said, well, you know what? We can actually keep the same number of tags and still meet our management objectives. We don't have to take away any opportunity. And so that's what they recommended. In fact, they did that on every single unit, every single region in the state except for one. They recommended the maximum number of permits except for the southern region. Now, I don't know why. It's because there's a really vocal minority in the southern unit that's really scared of more increases. I don't know why. Maybe they're afraid of their unit getting overcrowded or whatever it is, but they seem to think there's some kind of a deer savings account that they can draw from. Well, those guys, if they're watching, I'll tell you, we tried that in the north, and our accounts got frozen. So the fact is, there is no deer savings account, and if you don't use the hunting opportunity you have right now, you're going to find it dry up with the next drought cycle. So what we need to be doing right now is hunting deer while we can. And we should continue to increase our tags as much as we can on these general season units and provide as much opportunity as we possibly can while nature allows us to. We're not going to be able to save these deer for future hunts. So let's hunt them now. In fact, Randy Newberg likes to say, hunt now, you'll run out of money before you run out of time, or you run out of time before you run out of money. That's kind of what we're dealing with these deer. Let's hunt them while we've got them. And give people the opportunity to hunt. There's at least 3,000 more tags we can be offering. Let's give some people a chance to hunt. So choose that yellow column. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Kevin? No, I lied. We only had two cards on this particular item.
Kevin Norman representing SFW. We had our fulfillment committee meeting, and we had lots of good discussion everywhere from why aren't we going with the yellow column down to, is it too much of an increase on the Pine Valley? Ultimately, we decided to support the division's recommendations as presented. On a personal note, these increases, whatever increases they are, does my heart good. These are general units. Big deer get killed every year on every unit, and to increase opportunity for families and friends to get out in the hills and see what our state has to offer is important to me. And these are opportunity hunts. And you know, the division, if you look back historically, their recommendations are pretty spot on to land inside the management plan. When we start messing with those too much, it shows. So kudos to the division for their hard work and usually hitting it pretty dang close. So we support the division's recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. And I lied again. We have one more card. Wade Garrett.
Sorry, just under the wire. Wade Garrett, Utah Farm Bureau. We support the division's recommendations. On a personal, as Kevin, I've been out with these guys way more than I ever thought I would 10 years ago. They do good work, and they're usually pretty spot on, and you can see the science. And I'm with the first gentleman. If you want to see overcrowding, I hunted in the 80s. There was orange on every ridge, and we seemed to still enjoy the family hunt. Sometimes we came home with deer, sometimes we didn't, but it was more being out. And that's kind of went away for our family because decreases, which I understand those as well. But I think increases to give opportunity. It is hunting. If the buck numbers are out there and the buck to doe ratios for the biologist, I run cattle. If I have one bull for 25 cows, I'm going to get babies. That's just science. So if we're leaving the right numbers to keep producing, I think the recommendations are great, and I appreciate the division's work on this.
Thank you, Wade. Okay, I'll go back and summarize the RAC motions. We had 2 RACs that voted to go with the division's recommendation. We had 2 RACs that voted to increase the deer numbers to the yellow calculated column. And we had 1 RAC that voted to increase the deer numbers on the southern unit, I guess is what I should say, up to 3/4 of the calculated column. Did I get that kind of correct? So three that basically want us to increase them some weight on the southern end, and 2 that wanted to, thought we ought to stay the same. So let's come back to board discussion and discuss where we want to go.
Just one thing I want to point out right now. Just hit me as we were going through this, and the director was given the online breakdown. We had 27 people sent comments in, and a few others made phone calls to individuals on the racks and the board. We had almost 571,000 close to 400 applications. I mean, with 571,000 people that we don't even know what they think. And it's kind of a sad thing to me, I would love to hear more from more people. We hear it from 27 people out of over 571,000 that are applying for tags. And with 571,000 applying, and we're going to give out 70,000 deer permits, roughly, give or take a little bit. I lean more towards the side of opportunity and let people hunt. Because my opinion, and this is anecdotal, as I've talked to just man on the street kind of stuff I do myself informally, people just want to hunt. Most of the people I talk to, if I talk to people that aren't part of my circle of friends, that we're hunters. We do it. We're passionate about it. We hunt all species. I guide hunters. We're mostly trophy people now, and especially as we get older, we quit worrying about smaller animals. and we hunt for a specific buck. And if we don't get it, we don't care. We're happy to go home empty-handed. But most of the people I talk to at sporting goods stores or they're in there buying fishing tackle at Walmart or something. They just want to hunt. They don't care whether it's a forkhorn they shoot, or even if they have to go home empty-handed, they just want to hunt. They want an opportunity to go.
Thank you, Kent. Other comments? Board members?
I feel like the division did a really good job on proposing how they did and getting the numbers that they did, and also listening to the public as well. And being from the South and just in circles and other places, they're pretty spot on to what I'm hearing from those. Generally, people are even saying they would like a few less, but I do feel like where the division landed was a pretty good spot for the Southern region as far as a social aspect. If I go by biology, I think that the higher numbers would be fine. They would support it and be okay. But as far as adding social and biology in together, I feel like they landed in a really good spot and would support how they recommended it. One question, sorry, I should have asked this earlier, Dax. On the yellow column that you had on there, was that based off of moderate hunter success or high hunter success?
High for Southern region. It wasn't that way for all the other regions, but for Southern region, where we do have higher buck to doe ratios and we've seen good production, you anticipate that harvest success will be higher. Like Northern region, we anticipate low success. We did that last year. It was low after a big die off, that type of thing. So, the biologists look at historic success rates, and then you can kind of make some inferences based on where your unit is, what it's looking like. So yeah, we use the high for Southern.
All right, thank you. So that's just kind of where my thoughts are coming from on that. I like where they were at.
That was a great question, Paula. So you use the higher one, and you still in the yellow column. If you use the high one, you still come in at the 18 to 20, at basically the 20 buck per 100 does number. Thank you. Other comments?
Randy, I think Brandon hit a lot of things right on the head that, I'm actually serving on the mule deer committee right now, and to say we have a general season deer hunt, it's kind of a joke. It's just, we have different limited entry tags, and it's hard to get some, and it's easier to get some other ones. General season, in my opinion, is something you get every year. We don't have that. Maybe a few archery tags, but I think, just like Kent said, people they really do want to hunt, and if the plan, if we're in the plan's parameters, we had the division's recommendation, and then we had the political recommendation, which is two different, normally we're only looking at the yellow column, and we're not backing our way down and then talking about it. I mean, we're looking at the yellow column in years past, and that's it. So I agree. I think we need to, weigh on the side of the opportunity, because we don't know if next year is going to be a huge drought and we lose all our deer again. We lost them all in the north. We had a bad winter. We lost them all. I think there's a lot of people that said, God, we probably should have hunted a few more tags, since our deer, because we just lost them all, And I'm sure that we would have said that 4 or 5 years ago down south when we lost them all. So I hate to squander a resource. If we want to talk about changing the Pine Valley or Zion or something to a limited entry, let's have that conversation in the future. But now it's a so-called general season. Let's hunt, within the parameters of of what the plan calls for.
Thank you, Bryce. Any other comments?
Yeah, I like the division proposal. I thought it was conservative, which I don't mind that at all. But there is the point that you can't really save deer. You can't stockpile them. You can't do any of that stuff. And so I'd be okay with increasing beyond their proposal if it fits within the model.
Any other comments?
It's not really pertaining to this per se, but just a suggestion for the Mule Deal Committee to maybe look at a third tier or some other option for some of those units that, some of the areas that people do like to wait for the bigger bucks. So just a thought to add that into the Mule Deer Committee discussion. There are some places in the South where they do prefer waiting a little longer. And if that's what they prefer, I guess I say I'd support that, but not a discussion that goes with the mule deer numbers right now.
Brett?
You ready for a motion?
Sure.
I move we accept the division's proposal as presented.
Okay, we have one as presented. Do I have a second?
I second.
All right, we've got a motion, second. Is any discussion?
I wish we would look at, we had 2 racks, we had 3 racks want to improve, increase the southern. I think that, we should at least have that conversation of possibly bumping it a little bit, but 3 out of the 5 racks said that.
So do you want to try and amend the motion? Is that what you want to say?
I'd like to amend it that we could at least, go to this, meet in the middle, like the North did, 75%. Not go full yellow column like 2 of them, but meet in the middle.
Okay, we've got a motion and an amended motion. Brett, are you okay with amending that motion? He said yes. Paula, do you still second that?
No.
No. So we fall back to the first motion. Any other amendments?
Hey, I just got to correct myself really quick. On the Pine Valley, we were looking at average harvest, not high for the column. So just wanted to correct myself.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion to go as presented and a second. So we'll call for a vote. Brett?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Bryce?
No.
Paula?
Yes.
Kent?
No.
All right, we got 3 yeses and 2 noes, so motion carries. I think why the 2 noes are probably you wanted to increase them up to the calculated column. Is that fair? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dax. Next agenda item is item number 6, once lifetime permit recommendations for 2024. We'll ask Rusty Robinson to come up. Rusty, is there anything you want to share with us that you might have picked up from the rack tour?
Yeah, good morning. Maybe just to point out some of the highlights, the presentation again. First of all, just wanted to say thank you to all our conservation partners and on the Mineral Mountains. We're pretty excited that we're able to hunt that this year for the first time, and want to thank them and the region and all the landowners and producers down there that were willing to sit down and talk with us. And we got sheep there, and now we're hunting them. And so we're excited about that. And then just point out some of the bigger changes in the presentation, recommending some pretty big reductions in all the high UNS mountain goat units, primarily because of winter loss in that winter of 22-23. And then some pretty steep reductions in bison permits, both on the Book Cliffs and the Henrys. If you'll remember, I think it was last December, we met here and asked for the extension on the Book Cliffs. We committed to take a hard look at our hunt structure and strategies on the Book Cliffs and how we hunt bison there. And in the meantime, we would reduce permits until we kind of figure that out. And really, we're just trying to find a balance between harvesting the bison we need to manage the plan, and you know, not pressure them too much. And then on the Henrys, we've been managing that unit pretty far below the objective to 325 due to drought and other factors. And we're just looking, now that we've got some precipitation, to bring the population estimate up a little bit closer to that objective. This year we're shooting for 310, from 290 to 310. And so to do that, we've got to cut some permits. So it's kind of addition by subtraction on the Henrys. But with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rusty. Questions for Rusty?
Just a question on the bison and the Book Cliffs. You got the hunts that you went, there's two of them, you went from the split resident, non-resident, from 4-1 to 2-1. Would you just elaborate on that a little bit? How
Yeah.
the biology works on there and whether or not that would be doable based on the hunter success if you added that back and bumped that back up to the 4 that it was last year?
Yeah, on that Bitter Creek, we've been managing below objective due to drought and things like that. Now we have the ability to get back up, and so there's not the need to harvest as many cow bison in particular. And then you look at those 2 hunts, and they were 40% success last year, and so that was kind of an opportunity to maybe cut back a little bit on those. Maybe let people have a little better experience, but at the same time, 2 more permits on each of those hunts is not gonna, you know, biologically, probably not a big deal. It was more looking at, we committed to cut back a little till we reevaluate things, and also, you know, let hunter satisfaction type situation. Let's let them have a little better experience. But yeah, 2 more permits on both of those hunts. The biologist is comfortable either way.
Okay, but you think that if you bump those 2 permits up, that we may end up with less hunter satisfaction? They might struggle with being able to be successful.
Yeah, last year we had 5 permits and it was 40% success. But as we know, you know, bison hunting can change drastically year to year, and how those animals are responding to pressure and things like that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions for Rusty?
Rusty, why are the resident, non-resident ratios so much higher?
The overall, the resident to non-resident ratios
Yeah, than our normal.
on bison
Yeah.
in particular?
Well, because, yeah, that's the one that jumps out at me, like, you know, 12-4, 25-5,
Yeah,
39-7. I mean, it should be 12-1, 25-2.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. And I think part of this is we're working through the kinks of going through a multi-year fall recommendation of what units we put non-resident permits on. And I think it'll actually work out better in the long run. We've got some ideas on how to make it a lot closer to a true, closer to a true 10%. And also at the same time, having more bonus permits for non-residents and hopefully keep everybody happy. But yeah, just the way it works out is when we recommend that we're going to have a non-resident on a unit, it's that we anticipate, you know, having enough to have 10%. And then as we reduce permits over time, it can become skewed. And even if we knew we were going to recommend 5 permits, that still qualifies for a non-resident because we use standard rounding techniques. So 5 rounds to 10, which gives a non-resident permit.
You know how because I put in for other states,
yeah,
up to 10%, but no guarantee of 10%.
Right.
Is that right, Austin? And most. So I think we're being overly generous, and I appreciate. I want to give the non-residents a chance because me in turn want to have the same chance in their states, but this seems like we're being more than generous.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think moving forward, there's some things we can try. We can be more selective on the units we do give a non-resident permit or permits, and then especially going these multi-year recommendations, not knowing how permits are going to oscillate, we can kind of pick and choose what units to put non-residents on, look at the total of permits being recommended, make it closer to a true 10% on those select units. So non-residents would have maybe less hunts to apply for, but more bonus permit opportunity on the hunts that they do get to apply for. And it would be closer to 10%. So hopefully that improves things both ways moving forward.
Other questions for Rusty?
I think in one of the racks, they had suggested going from 22 to 25 on one of the moose permits. Is that something you feel is feasible?
Yeah, I talked to the biologist. He was looking at ground surveys from this year and recruitment, and it wasn't as high as he would like. He did go back and look at the most recent flight, and it was actually pretty decent from the most recent flight, which was just a couple of years ago. So I think it gives him a little bit of heartburn, but at the end of the day, it's a reactive system. If we're over age objective now, we increase permits and we end up below age objective, we can decrease permits the next year and try to find that sweet spot in the plan. So I think biologically at the end of the day they're males and we're going to be okay biologically. It's more of a trying to get to plan and manage the social pressures at the same time.
Rusty, with the fairly mild winter this year, did they have any trouble with the moose tick thing that they have when we don't have cold winters? Is that a problem this year?
I don't know if a lot of our tick data was collected during, a research study a few years ago. It's not something we look really hard at every year. We are planning on capturing a bunch of moose moving forward as part of a research study, and we'll take a closer look at that, and that'll be in both the central and northeastern region. But I don't know if we've got recent data on tick things, but I think overall we're seeing decent recruitment and things like that.
Any other questions from the board for Rusty? Questions from rack chairs? Any questions? All right, we'll ask Director Shirley to give us a summarization of the.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item 6, once in a lifetime permit recommendations. We had 17 online comments. 11 of those comments, 65% strongly or somewhat agreed with our proposal. 12% strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 4 were neutral. Some of the themes of that were, we had 4 comments that spoke to supporting our recommendation. We had 4 comments that were not supportive of the redo bison hunt on the Book Cliffs. It's an opportunity, not a guarantee to harvest, and that we're setting bad precedents. 2 comments on would rather see bison moved to other units or allowed to be harvested by the public rather than rounded up and sold to private parties. and one comment regarding moving another desert sheep permit or adding one on the San Juan River unit. That's my summary.
Thank you. I just want to comment on the redo the bison hunt and the book lifts. Just for those that aren't familiar with that, we had an area in the I think it was the Little Creek roadless that we'd given cow tags to out for, and not a single hunter saw a cow. They moved out of that unit. So, that's why the decision was made to allow those hunters that had those tags last year to hunt it again this year. And we're just not, didn't open that up for applications this year. So that's what that was all about is, as a division and as board members, we, with a good, clear conscience, we can't allow tags to be given out to an area that doesn't have the species in the area during the hunt season. It's just, anyways, that's why we ended up making that decision last December to allow that to happen. Okay, we'll go to, we'll ask the RAC chairs to give us an update on their motions on this one. We'll start with you, Dana.
Sorry, it always surprises me. For the Southeastern RAC, for once in a lifetime permit recommendations, we had two motions. One motion was withdrawn and the second motion was passed unanimously. Our discussion focused on the value of once in a lifetime hunts as well as the appreciation of that type of permit management. We did discuss mountain goats and bighorn sheep mostly. And so one motion was for the San Juan River unit of bighorn sheep to have 2 tags every other year. That motion was withdrawn, and a new motion to support the permit recommendations as presented passed unanimously.
Thank you, Dana. Austin?
Thank you. In the southern region, we ended up with one motion on this agenda item, and that was to accept the division's permit recommendations as presented. And that passed 9-1 with one opposing vote. And that was from our agricultural rep on the RAC. He felt like it was too significant of a cut on the Henry Mountains bison permits to try to get that herd back to objective. He wanted to keep permits high and keep the pressure on.
Great. Thank you. Chris?
Northeastern region had one motion. It was to accept the presentation as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you, Mike.
In the central region, we had a lot of discussion on this topic. It was brought to our attention that the North Slope moose unit was substantially over objective, I think in the 6.5-year range. So that's quite a bit higher than it's supposed to be managed to. And we were told that our RAC was told that 25 permits that area would be something that they could live with. So the following motion was passed unanimously to accept the division's recommendations with the exception of the North Slope unit moose permits to increase to 25 over the 22 recommended.
Thank you, Mike. Brad?
Northern region, we had a motion to accept the permit recommendations as presented. That passed unanimously.
Thank you. We do have one comment card. Troy Justison.
Troy Justison, Sportsman, Fish, and Wildlife. Pretty exciting to see the minerals come online. That's been real interesting to watch that grow and finally see it come fruition to where actually hunters get on there. It has a lot of special meaning to me because that's where some pretty special friendships were born. Even though I knew Brett previous to that, give me an opportunity working with him on the sheep committee to actually establish a very close and personal friendship. So it's pretty important to me. Going on as far as SSW goes, we support the division's recommendations, but I'd like to speak to you a little bit on one thing, that being the minerals. Granted, we're hunting it. The recommendation is 2 permits, and we supported that, but I'd like the board to consider possibly moving it back to 1. And the reason why is, many of you know we got a new nursery herd for desert bighorns on Promontory. And I'm excited to announce that 8 of the 9 ewes have lambed. We've got 8 healthy lambs on the landscape. And we really have only one mature ram that's servicing those ewes. And so, quite frank, I know that Justin and Rusty are headed to Nevada to try and get us some more sheep today. But it might be maybe required that we need some more rams to put on that nursery. And that's one area we could pull from as the minerals. So maybe we just kick it back to 1, allowing 100, and maybe pull a couple of rams off there to put them on the nursery. Another thing that's pretty exciting that I noticed there is, as the director went through it on the the funding program, pretty exciting. We set a new record of what was it, 4.8 million in the WRI, and then also Habitat Council. But I want to bring something else out that we probably ought to really celebrate is there's different funding avenues, and one of which is, and going back to that WRI, is 4.8, but realistically, it's almost $10 million. The nursery herd was funded with conservation permit money, expo money, whatever, and it didn't go through the normal WRI process, but that's where the monies came from. So a shout out to sportsmen from the state of Utah, all the conservation groups. Nearly $10 million that went back on the ground. So thank you.
Troy, there's no twins?
Not to my knowledge, but the good thing.
That sucks, Troy.
Yeah, but there's no lions, dude.
Oh, okay.
But I will tell you this, where we formerly had them on the old nursery herd, many of you don't know that in 18 months, there's 31 lions removed. I am kind of proud to announce that even we have cameras still out there today, the lion population is still doing very well. We had like 4 lions on one camera just the other night. So that's at objective. We probably need to move some more out of there.
Thanks, Troy. Okay. I'll do some clarification again of the rack motions. Looks like we had 4 racks that passed it as presented, and 1 that wanted to increase the North Slope moose permits from 22 to 25. Is that accurate? So that's where we're at. We'll come back to the board for discussion.
Rusty, you're comfortable with that 22 to 25 then? Because it's over objective, or is that correct?
Yeah, I think the age right now is 6.1, and it's 3.75 to 4.25. So we are quite a bit over. Yeah, we could live with that.
Okay, perfect.
Rusty, while you're up, Troy needs another ram. I don't think he wants a Rambouillet.
I will say in discussions with Nevada, they want to give us a few more rams. And we're pretty optimistic that transplant's going to take place this year. If we're worried about inbreeding and things like that, I think we still have another year, because we have this year's lamb crop that ram would be the father of, and they wouldn't breed until they wouldn't breed as lambs. So I think we're okay for 1 more year with that ram being in there. So yeah, but if you're looking further down the road, and that's probably what Troy's doing, is looking at not wanting to take too many rams off the minerals in case that we need to move some up from there.
But you said we were getting some in Nevada, probably, right? So that's
Most
not
likely,
an
yeah.
issue,
It's
most
looking,
likely.
looking pretty good. The commission meeting is tomorrow, and that's where we get the thumbs up or thumbs down.
Other discussion? But so if I understood it right, the ram mineral thing might not be an issue. Might get a ram from Nevada.
Yeah, cautiously optimistic that it won't be an issue.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
But technically, one permit would still be within the plan for the mineral mounts. Just so we're all aware of that.
He is optimistic as he is, Troy. Good. Okay.
I noticed on the San Juan, I'm guessing they wanted to bump it up to 2 so that they could have the bonus draw every other year instead of just going to the highest.
Yeah,
40 bidder.
and just to be clear, we always try to recommend at least 2, and when we recommend 1, it's for a good reason that we want to keep that hunt on the books. It's either 1 or shut it down type of thing. That so that's kind of where we're at with that. But technically, and we're going to be running off the same numbers next year, and so I think we're okay to try to go for 2 next year, maybe back to 1 until we have better numbers, but we'll have to see how that plays out. And disease is always a big factor with bighorn too. We could always get a die off and could change everything. So.
Other discussion? I'll entertain a
Make a
motion.
motion?
Yeah.
Make a motion, we accept the division's recommendation as presented, including changing the North Slope moose from 22 to 25.
I'll second that.
All right, Bryce made the motion to accept the once in a lifetime permit recommendations as presented by the division, with the exception of changing the North Slope moose from 22 to 25, seconded by Gary. Any
One-
discussion?
Yeah, one discussion. Would you be interested in adding something into your motion with the bison on the Book Cliffs?
Talk to me.
There's 2 hunts that were reduced from 4 to 2 on the resident permits with 1 non-resident tag. The one hunt with the cow only, leave that as is, but would you be interested in the second hunt? Let me get the hunt number for you. Adding that in as at 4 permits. So it would be hunt 16535. Raise that from 2 resident to 4 resident permits in your motion. Yeah, Rusty?
Can I clarify
Right,
that?
yeah.
Can't? Okay. Are you talking about, so there's hunt number BI 6536, which is cow only. And then 6535, which is any legal weapon hunter's choice. You're talking about raising the hunter's choice to 5 and keep the cow where it's at?
Yeah.
Okay.
I raised that, and the reason I put that and asked for that is based upon Rusty pointing out that they're trying to let that herd grow a little bit. So, and on the hunter's choice hunts, I mean, I think 99 out of 100 hunters that ever go out there kill a bull. They hold out, they want to kill a big bull. I've guided hunters on that hunt, and that's all they want. They're not even the least bit interested in shooting a cow. And Rusty said, he talked to Clint Sampson, and the biologist indicated that biologically it's not going to be a problem. But where, Rusty pointed out that, we've got some better range conditions now. We're trying to grow a few more. If we don't kill too many cows, if we leave the reduction on the cow only hunt, we'll still grow bison, but we can get some more opportunity for people by letting them kill a couple more bulls.
I accept Kent's amendment.
Me too.
Stacy, have you got that? All right, okay. Okay. Rusty, I think we're reducing the cow opportunity by 1 and adding it to the any choice, right?
But
Anything-
I think the only change was to leave the cow hunt the way we recommended it. The only change would be to increase, it's bison hunt 6535, which is a hunter's choice, any legal weapon, October 5th to October 17th. Increase that recommended number from 3 to 5. So that would be the only change.
And the division's okay with that?
Yeah, we can live with that.
Okay, I'm going to try to restate the motion and we'll see if I get the thumbs up or something else. We're going to accept the division's once in a lifetime permit recommendations as presented with the two exceptions. Exception number one is the North Slope moose will be changed from 22 to 25. And the either hunters or the hunter's choice hunt 6535 will be moved from 3 bison to 5 bison. Did I get that somewhat correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and motion was made by Bryce, seconded by Gary.
I got another amendment.
You have what?
Yeah.
You want another amendment?
Yeah.
Please.
Well, I'm worried about Troy not having enough rams. Because if he's down to 1 and it dies from a lion, he's in trouble. So I want to reduce the minerals by 1 from 2 to 1 so he can go get him another ram.
And Rusty, can we clarify before we talk about that? I mean, like if you get sheep from Nevada, possibly how many? You're saying a higher percentage of rams than ewes.
Yeah, the number that Nevada's thrown out is 20 sheep, and they've asked, would you take some rams? And we said yes. And so that we in the facility right now, we've got an older ram, was he 6.5, 7, something like that. And then we've got a like a 4 or 5-year-old ram. And we assume the older ram is doing all the breeding. And so, yeah, we just would want to get him out of there before next breeding cycle. So we're not inbreeding that facility.
So basically, Brett, we're going to a ram sale. We're going to get some really good rams at this sale, and we're going to take them out there. Okay?
I heard a maybe.
I'll go with them to Nevada tomorrow. I'll put some pressure on them.
Brett, do you want to stay with your amendment?
Yeah. It hasn't
Okay, so
been
we've got an
seconded,
amendment.
though.
We've got an amendment tell me that amendment one more time.
Reduce the minerals to 1.
One hunter instead of 2 hunters.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do I have, let's see, first, Bryce, are you okay with that amendment?
I'm optimistic that we're going to get them in Nevada, so I'm going to say no.
Okay,
Can I raise a question on the motion too?
please.
The amendment anyway?
Yes.
So if we go to 1 tag, that means all the people that put in with the high hopes that they might lucky draw it instead of be max point holders or SOL. True?
Oh, there is that.
I think that would be a true statement.
If I were just in my personal preference, I like to see the every other year 2 tags, just so that we do have that opportunity for the random draw. It would hurt just because I do love the minerals. I live right by it. It's fun to see those sheep up there. I love it. And just being a part of that in the beginning was remarkable. But so it would kind of hurt to not have it this year, but I would rather, if we're getting to wait a year, have 2 next year. But that just hurts to even say out loud. But my preference is I always prefer to have 2 once in a lifetime, just so we do have a random draw in there.
However, this year, everybody's already put in thinking they might. So.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like, Brett, your amendment is accepted. Sorry. So we'll go back to the first one, and I'm not going to restate it. But it's got two, it's got the North Slope deer or North Slope moose added to it, and the bison from 6535 moved from 3 to 5. So that's the motion on the table. We'll go to a vote. Brett?
Yes.
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 Motion carries unanimous. The next agenda item, item number 7, which is bull elk permit recommendations for 2024. Dax, we'll turn some time back to you and see if there's any clarifications or modifications come from your rack tour that you'd like to share with us.
Okay, yeah, first thing I just want to say, sometimes we give Stacy a hard time, but actually really appreciative of her helping us stay on track and follow our rules and regulations. She does a really great job with that. We give her a hard time for being the bad guy sometimes, but really we need her and really appreciate her.
Brown noser.
And with regard to elk recommendations, had some great discussions on the rack tour. 2023 was the first fall of the implementation of our new elk plan. It seemed to go fairly well. We're encouraged. We saw some ages. We made some pretty substantial permit increases last year based on some modifications to the age objectives for our limited entry hunts. Saw those ages remain stable to even increase on a few units. So we're bringing back a few more recommended increases. Things are looking pretty good. We talked about this in the board work session a few weeks ago. A lot of new opportunity generated for folks in the general season realm for elk hunting. And yeah, let's jump in. I'm happy to facilitate a discussion, feeling pretty optimistic about how things are looking with elk right now.
Thank you, Dax. Questions by the rack? I'm sorry, questions by the board? Not seeing any questions. Question by rack chairs? Not seeing any of those. Well, we'll turn the time over to Director Shirley for the online comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item number 7, bull elk permit recommendations, we had 18 comments. 10 of those comments, or 56%, strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 5, or 28%, strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 3 were neutral. Some of the main themes from the comments, 4 comments generally supportive of the division's recommendations, 4 comments generally not supportive of the division's recommendations. And then some of the other comments, we had 3 that talked about adding more archery permits, especially during the late season hunts. Had a couple comments on the Wasatch unit and keeping the limited entry permits the same. We also had a couple comments on the general multi-season permit and bringing that back and making it a restricted weapons hunt. And then some individual comments on hunt dates needing to be adjusted to be longer, an increase in youth elk permits. I think that was referencing an increase in youth any bull elk permits, because otherwise it's unlimited. And then there was a comment on a proposal outlining a plan to protect the breeding season window to maximize the number of healthy cows and calves to add more permits in the future. That was a long one. And then there was one comment on the Diamond Mountain unit and that permits could be increased more on that unit. That's my summary.
Thank you. Well, we'll go to the rack chairs for their comments and motions and discussion. We'll start with Dana.
Hi. So for this action item, our RAC passed one motion. and it passed unanimously. Our discussions focused on the benefit of managing to the elk management plan, and we also discussed some public comments regarding San Juan and the Sportsmen's for Fish and Wildlife Service recommendation. Sorry, Sportsmen's for Fish and Wildlife recommendation. But our motion was to accept the division's proposal as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you, Dana. Austin?
Yeah, in the southern region, we ultimately had one motion, and it was to accept the division's permit recommendations as presented for elk, and that passed unanimously. That was it.
Thank you. Chris?
Northeastern region, only really one comment that was addressed was that we need to look at the archery hunt overlap with the youth hunt there. There's quite a few people that feel like that's a kind of a mess trying to hunt archery and have the youth hunt going on at the same time. We had one motion. It was to accept the division's proposal as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. Mike?
In the central region, we had it seemed like Iraq was content with how the elk management has been going with the new plan. They're happy with that. We did discuss a bit about the San Juan and the Wasatch public sentiment, but in the end, Iraq passed unanimously that recommend as present to accept the proposal as presented, with the exception of the Diamond Mountain unit, to move it to 100 tags.
Thank you, Mike. Brad?
The northern region, we had a motion to accept the elk permit recommendations as presented. That passed unanimously.
Thank you, Brad. All right, we do have 2 comment cards. We'll ask Kevin Norman to come up first and Wade Garrett afterwards.
Kevin Norman, representing SFW. We support the division's recommendations with one exception. It has to do with the San Juan. The sentiment basically is that in the previous elk plan, the San Juan was never really up to the high end of the age objective. The age objective's kind of been on a constant decline with the exception of 1 year at uptick. Then we added a bunch of permits with the new plan, and it dropped a fair amount. So I'd like to see what another year brings without another big increase. So be to keep those permits the same. I'd like to say one thing. During spring and winter, I'm traveling around the state a lot for banquets and on rack tours and whatnot. And I've tried to take some off tours of places I've never seen. And I've been filled with gratitude of what an incredible state we live in. I'm grateful for everybody that is trying to be good stewards and look after our resource, and mostly are grateful for what we have. I'm convinced God spent a lot of extra time on Utah, and there's a lot to see. So I guess I'd encourage everybody to look at maybe being more grateful for what we have rather than being so entitled to what we have. And just want to thank everybody for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin. Well said. Brett?
I'll second what Kevin said. On being grateful. I get to tour the state a lot too, and it's a pretty unique state that we live in. So I've echoed your sentiments. Wade Garrett, Utah Farm Bureau, and we support the elk plan as is. I participated on the elk committee, loved the new plan and the direction it's going. I think we did a lot of good things as we're implementing it. This further implements it, and appreciated the division and those that were on that committee with me that had some foresight, helped ag tremendously as we implement that. And I'm just thankful and support the plan and grateful for the division and their work on it.
Thanks, Wade. Appreciate you being here today. Okay, we'll go back to the, I guess, the summarization of the, summarization of the motion. So basically, we've got 4 racks that approved it as unanimous or as proposed, and those 4 were unanimous, and we have one that that approved it as presented with the exception of moving the Diamond Mountain unit to elk, from elk, or from, I'm not sure what it was, up to 100 tags. Dax, can you tell me how many tags is in the proposal? I can't remember and I didn't write it down. So what was that? What was their recommendation to move it? How many tags?
And it's a little complicated because the Diamond Mountain has some moving parts. This year's the first year with a reduced size landowners association and the new CWMU. So total net, last year there were 118 permits on Diamond Mountain between the landowners association and the public drawing. This year, there'll be 130 permits with the landowners association, the new CWMU, and our recommendation. So if that helps. So it is an increase. It's a 10% increase from where we are last year to where we are this year. With regard to the public drawing permits, what we're recommending, give me just a second here. I'll find it in my packet unless, do you know the numbers off the top of your head, Dallin, here?
I think it says 92. That's what they have on there.
Yeah.
So basically, what Central was asking is that we go from the 92 to the 100, so raise it eight more tags.
eight
So that would
more.
be a total of 138 tags
Yes.
if we went with what they're recommending.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And you've already raised it 12 tags from last year, from 118 to 130. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Randy, can we clarify if the central rack discussed that and took that into account?
By my recollection, we didn't have that final number to know that. And while it was discussed that there was a new CWMU out there, I don't think that was maybe necessarily taken into consideration with the permit numbers.
Thank you, Mike. Dax, what's your feelings of leaving the San Juan the same?
And maybe I'll get Dustin Mitchell, the manager from that region, to come up. Looking at the age data and permit numbers, we have made pretty aggressive increases in permit numbers over the last few years. And the age has bounced around from mid 7s to mid 8s, back to mid 7s. We're still above objective. It's, yeah, from the new objectives, the new age objectives in the plan, I think we're in an okay place to recommend a little bit of an additional increase. Understand that the San Juan unit is a really special unit to a lot of folks, but I think we're comfortable with what the recommendation is based on where the age has been and where it's going right now. Dustin, do you want to add any clarification or any additional info to that?
I'd just say that our success rate has been right on to, even with these increases, it's remained about the same the last couple of years. And we were pretty conservative last year with the new changes in the management plan where we had to increase permits to adjust for that age. And so knowing that we'd probably have to increase this year also, but we wanted to wait and see what it did. And it looks like we're still above objective and comfortable with that recommendation.
Thank you. Okay. Other discussion here.
Maybe I ought to echo what Dax said about Stacy. She is a big help. She told me if I screwed up, she'd throw something at me, but I don't think she actually would do that. She's been very nice and she's helpful in everything. So kudos to Stacy for keeping us from falling on our face.
Reese's peanut butter cups don't hurt very bad anyway.
I don't resonate those same sentiments. But just to go after the elk plan, nothing makes me happier than seeing that it's working. The elk committee, there's a lot of guys in here that sat on that elk committee. Again, thank you guys. You guys tackled a pretty tough thing and, went way out of the box. And I don't know, it just makes me super happy that it changed a lot of things and it's working and things are going good. So kudos to them, and hopefully we can keep it up. So.
Well, if we don't have any more discussion, entertain a motion.
Make a motion that we accept the recommendations as proposed for the Bullock.
I'll
Permits.
second it.
All right, we've got a motion by Paula to accept the Bull Elk permit recommendation for 2024 as presented, seconded by Brett. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll start down there with you this time and go backwards. So let's start with you.
Yes.
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 Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Thanks, Dex. We'll let you at least stay up there for a little bit, and the next topic is the buck pronghorn permit recommendations for 2024. Any additional information we ought to know that you picked up from the rack tours?
Had good support for these recommendations to the rack tour, through the rack tour. We managed to average age harvested buck between 2 and 3 years old for buck pronghorn. They're kind of unique as a species where they'll realize their potential for horn growth at a younger age than some of our other big game species. So we're able to offer a little bit more opportunity. We've been recommending incremental increases for several years in a row now, and are doing that again on quite a few units. All of our units are either at or above the age objective. We have a couple units that struggled from long-term drought or the really harsh winter of 22-23, where we're recommending slight reductions on 3 units. The rest of the units are either staying the same or we're recommending increases. Happy to answer any specific questions or talk about any of those that can help facilitate a good discussion.
Thank you, Dax. Any questions for Dax on this one? Yeah.
Are we seeing, last year, did we see good fawn production on the San Rafael North? That was one of the ones that was really in trouble from the drought. Did that turn a corner with the better rain last year?
We'll get Dustin back up here to maybe share the latest info there for San Rafael North. Is that the one you're asking about?
It was okay. It's been down from kind of our normal of those high 50s and 60 years that we had of fawns per 100 does, but was at 45 this last season. So it's higher than most of our units down there, but not as great as it has been. So it's on the uptick anyway.
I have a question on the Parker Mountain. I've had just some whisperings that they're like, it's a 15 tag increase on that. Are we like, I'm assuming that's from population doing so well. Do you want to just speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, and the Parker Mountain has a complicated history the last few years. For a long time, the Parker was a really, really productive herd. We issued a lot of permits there, hunted it pretty hard. We got some pushback about numbers on the Parker, and there were a few times when there were board decisions to increase doe harvest beyond what the division recommended. And then that we kind of had bad timing, and being really, really aggressive collided with several years of prolonged drought. And numbers decreased and animals really dispersed and started using the landscape differently. We made some adjustments, some big reductions in permit numbers, adjusted the hunt boundaries. And when we flew the unit this last year, we essentially counted the objective from the airplane when we did a flight. So it's looking better. We're recommending some increases as we see that population come back, and we're up against the population objective. We need to harvest some animals to manage to the objective we're committed to manage to. And we understand some folks are still sensitive because we had some bumpy years, some rough years on the Parker. Teresa's here. Do you want to add anything to that? And our buck to doe ratio is pretty high on the Parker as well.
I have to correct myself. I said 15, but it's 25 increase.
Other questions for Dax? Any questions by the RAC chairs? Well, we'll ask Director Shirley to give us a summarization of the online comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 8, buck pronghorn permit recommendations. We had 13 comments. 11 of those, 84%, strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 1 strongly or somewhat disagreed, and there was 1 that was neutral. There really weren't any themes. There were a couple written down comments that just were generally supportive of the division's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we'll go to the RAC chair reports of their motions. We'll start again with you, Dana.
Hi. So for the antelope permit recommendations, the Southeast RAC, we had 1 motion that passed unanimously. We spent some time discussing the status of the San Rafael North unit, as that was within our region. But our motion was to accept the recommendations as presented by the division, and it did pass unanimously.
Thank you, Dana. Austin?
In the southern region, we had 1 motion on the antelope permit recommendations, and that passed 8-2, with the 2 opposing votes wanting even more antelope permits. Livestock producers have concerns with antelope overrunning everything, but we did pass it as recommended by the division.
Thank you. Chris?
Northeastern region had 1 motion. It was accept the division's proposal presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. Mike?
Likewise with the central region, we voted unanimously to accept as recommended.
Thank you. Brad?
Northern region had a motion to accept the permit recommendations as presented. That passed unanimously.
All right. Thank you. We do have 1 comment card on this one. Troy Justison, we'll ask you to give us your comment.
Troy Justin, Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife. We support the division's recommendations on antelope. As far as the Parker goes, there's only way you can explain that the recovery there is a Christmas miracle. Because I spent time on that unit when we were down, and you literally could not find an antelope there. And boom, they show up. I would echo the sentiments from Stacy, but I would remind you, if you're going to make a public comment, you need to fill one of these out, please.
Thanks, Troy. We'll take Christmas miracles too. Let's see, just go back and summarize the motions. The RACs made, we actually had 5 motions on this one that passed as presented. So we'll come back to the board for discussion. Kent, you got something to say?
You ready for a motion?
Yeah, I don't see anybody else wanting to give a comment, so please do.
I'll make a motion that we accept the division's proposal as presented on pronghorn numbers.
Second.
We got a motion by Kent to accept the pronghorn permit recommendations as presented, and seconded by Bryce. Any discussion on the motion? Well, we'll start with you, Brett.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Appreciate that, Dax. We got you one more time for the Antlerless permit recommendations for 2024.
Okay, oh, this is great. Antlerless permits, we issue antlerless permits for a variety of reasons. Largely with deer, where we have a few antlerless permits. Those are recommended primarily to target resident deer in agricultural areas where we have some conflicts. When it comes to pronghorn and elk, we do use the antlerless permits more as a population management tool. We're not issuing antlerless deer permits anywhere at a level where we're trying to manage an overall population with antlerless harvest. With elk, we are in some spots. Some of the permit recommendations are to address public safety issues or conflicts. Disease is one of the things that's taken into consideration sometimes with some of the deer recommendations. But for the most part, a lot of the antlerless elk recommendations are to manage populations to objective. And with deer and pronghorn, they're more focused on conflicts and that type of thing. Yeah, happy to go through any hunts or answer any questions. We've got staff here from all the regions that can speak to specifics on any of these, if that would be helpful.
I guess I've got one question. I've had some, input from the Wasatch unit as far as the cow harvest there. What's our, where we are asking for some cow harvest on that particular unit. Can you shed some light on the increase on the cow harvest there for us?
Yeah, so the Wasatch is a big unit, from I-15 to Starvation Reservoir and Wolf Creek Pass to Spanish Fork Canyon. It's a big unit, has a lot of elk on it. Several years back, we did have we had a unit plan revision, made some changes, made some increases to the objectives. That unit has subunit objectives for the West unit, the Current Creek unit, and the Vinnequin subunit. And so we are looking at those subunits individually and as a sum total for the overall unit. We really reduced antlerless permits after we increased those objectives 6-7 years ago in that ballpark, and have had most of the cow hunts we've had since then have been pretty specific targeted areas where we maybe had some conflicts. Elk numbers have increased. It's a great unit with great habitat. Last year, we implemented some larger scale unit-wide archery antlerless elk permits. And there were several people that took those. Success rates weren't particularly high this year, based on just where the population's at with relation to the objective. We recommended a couple new antlerless hunts that get at those elk that can move down into from the Current Creek subunit that move down into like the Tabby Mountain Wildlife Management Area, and then Rabbit Gulch, moving down in towards like the Duchesne River corridor in the town of Duchesne. And those hunts are set up to push elk back onto areas where they won't have as much conflict, get some harvest and try to push elk back. Are there other specific, that's kind of big picture, are there any specific hunts that we want to talk about?
That was really helpful. No, thank you. Other questions for Dex?
I have one about antlerless harvest for deer. I know, how much do those numbers fluctuate? Like I know we do depredation tags, and back when there were 50 or 150 deer eating off your farm, and we gave them 5 depredation tags, and now there's 7 deer eating off their farm, and we give them 5 depredation tags. Is any of that, I mean, do we work any of that into the factor for, how do they assess how many they get, I guess is what because it used to be a much bigger problem than it is now, but it seems like the tag numbers haven't changed for depredation.
Yeah, so every time we have a situation where a landowner, has an issue with animals in their cultivated irrigated crops, they'll give us a call. We go out, and every year our landowner specialists meet with the landowners and put together a mitigation plan for how they're going to approach that situation. And I know our landowner specialists work together with our biologists, and they take some different things into consideration. Sometimes we try to accomplish, alleviating that damage through herding or hazing or some other methods. And sometimes, especially when we have like resident year-round deer that live, like non-migratory deer that live in private land dominated areas with a lot of agricultural croplands, then we'll be more aggressive as far as issuing mitigation permits or vouchers to the landowners to remove those animals. So every year they look at it, they look at the numbers and put together a plan for how they're going to approach it. If we're dealing with resident deer in like low elevation agricultural areas, we are more liberal with issuing doe permits and vouchers to landowners. If we're looking at deer that are migratory deer that maybe come down in onto private lands, they're eating alfalfa residue later in the year, that type of thing, we try to be really cautious about harvesting too many of those deer, removing too many of those deer. If they are deer that can provide a lot of public benefit and are really desired by our public. So, every situation we look at individually, uniquely every year, and our staff is more liberal when we're dealing with resident low elevation ag area deer.
Thank you. I wondered if they looked at it every year.
They do.
Maybe a question more for Dustin. It's with the cow hunts on the LaSalle Mountains. There's some question about the split between north and south, and maybe just asking if the biologists are comfortable, and we've had this discussion before anyway, but just comfortable with the numbers. Because primarily the hunt is taking place on the south end of the mountain where there's a lot less private ground. And is it just pushing the elk onto the private ground and we're not harvesting them? And are we planning changes on that hunt?
Sure. Yeah. Good question. It is something that I've even noticed in the last 10 years. You don't see as many cow elk on the south end, whether that's pushing them into Colorado, and Colorado's more aggressive with their elk management than we are on our side. But regardless of that, we're comfortable with our numbers this year. We had a little less success also because of the heavier snows 2 years ago. So we didn't get quite the harvest that we wanted. But we did work down on the population. We're still above objective. And so we're comfortable with our numbers this year to try to get that back or down into objective. And then we'll fly this January also to get a more accurate estimate on our population there as well. We have done some things. We've got more aggressive with CWMU permits with their cooperation on the north end, and also a north hunt on the north end of the mountain where there is a lot of private property up there, so it's harder to get the harvest, but that's where the majority of the elk are. So we've been working on that. So Ian, our new biologist there, we've talked a lot about this already, and we're committed to looking at for next year's recommendations, either redistributing our permits, laying off on them a little bit, or maybe making separating that from the north and south, looking at the different options we have that way.
Thanks, Dustin.
Yeah.
Any other questions for that? Question by that chair? Oh, I'm sorry. I said question by rack chairs. I saw some head shaking no. So we'll turn the time to Director Shirley for summarization of the online comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item 9, antlerless permit recommendations. We had 15 comments. 9 of those comments, 60% strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 3, 20% strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 3, 20% were neutral. Some of the main themes, we had 3 comments that were generally supportive of the division's recommendations. We had a comment about bringing back the ability to fill your antlerless permits during buck and bull hunts and the financial burden of not having that option and concentrating hunters during the actual antlerless hunt dates. A comment of not supportive of increasing the antlerless elk permits. A change in antlerless elk dates so animals have a fair chance, and to reduce antlerless permits by 70% over 4 years and focus on habitat work to increase populations. Had a comment of not being supportive of private lands only elk permits, and it's just a revenue stream for private landowners off of animals funded by public tax dollars. A couple questions regarding cow moose hunt. One on the Wasatch unit where when it's below objective, and tightening up the boundaries if we need to remove animals creating conflicts. The second one related to antlerless moose was a request to change our regulations to disallow taking a cow moose when the cow has a calf at side. essentially the young of the year, and speaking to what some of the other states have as far as a regulation there. Some have that regulation in place, and some have a similar education component to that. That's my summary.
Thank you. Well, we'll go to the RAC chairs for their motions that was made in their RACs and give us a idea of how they went. We'll start with you, Dana.
All right, thank you. So for the antlerless permit recommendations, we had one motion that passed unanimously. Our discussion focused around some book cliffs objectives, the CWD tags, and the LaSalle area. But after our discussion, our motion was to accept Division of Wildlife's recommendations as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you, Dana. Austin?
In the southern region, we had quite a bit of discussion as to why some of the southern region units had so few of antlerless elk permits. And a lot of that we learned was due to the new unit management plans that had increased objectives. So we're going to let some of those herds grow. Ultimately, we had one motion passed 9-1 to accept the antlerless permit recommendations as presented.
Thank you, Austin. Chris?
Northeastern region, we had some really good discussion on the Highway 40. There was comment about deer getting hit along Highway 40. Really good discussion with the biologists there, with Derek Ewell and Pat Rainbolt on the habitat management that they're doing off of Highway 40 is really working well, where they're keeping deer away from the road. And you'll have maybe a small portion of the deer that are on the road that are getting hit, where you go over the ridge and there's 6,000 head that are still staying off there on the Rabbit Gulch. So that was a really good discussion, talking about how the division are trying to get some of that stuff, get better habitat in there, but also talked about fencing along there and how difficult that is, because there's a lot of small landowners in there. And so it could be a huge nightmare to try to fence that off. So that was kind of one of the things that we discussed in it. One recommendation to accept the division's proposal as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you, Grizz. Mike?
We had quite a bit of discussion in the antlerless permit recommendation section. There were some concerns that on a lot of it revolved around cow moose. One of the concerns was it's such a large area, but we're felt like the moose are getting harvested in one specific spot rather than, maybe where there were issues, as the director stated. The other discussion point that we went on quite a bit about was the public asked us to ask the division to not allow the take of a cow moose with the catheter side. And after a lot of discussion with that, we unanimously made the motion to accept the recommendations as presented, with the exception to ask the division to create a recommendation that will result in public shooters to not harvest a cow moose with a calf that is visible.
Thank you, Mike. Brad?
Northern region, most of our discussion centered around kind of the East Canyon, Wasatch Front antlerless deer hunt that's addressed in CWD and what appears to be some increased positive cases there. And we also had discussion on the harvesting of cow moose with a calf, with that comment coming in there. There was a comment made by the RAC that they would like to see the division look into recommendation addressing that issue, but ultimately the motion that was made was to accept the permit recommendations as presented. That passed unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Brad. We do have a couple comment cards. We'll ask Brandon Zundel to come up first, and after that will be Wade Garrett.
Hi, Brandon Zundel again, and once again representing myself. If you didn't get a chance to watch the Central Region RAC meeting, I'd encourage you to go back and watch it. The young lady that stood up and spoke about not shooting a cow moose with a calf, it was a very, very impressive presentation. I can't even begin to do it justice. But that's why I'm up here today. I was really impressed with her. In fact, I'd never really thought about that. You know, we don't think about it when we're hunting cow elk because they're such a herd animal. And so if you shoot a cow elk with a calf, that calf's gonna be fine. It's got a herd to go with. But a moose, I don't know that I often see two cow moose running together, whether they have calves or not. And so she made some points that made me really consider it. And I don't think we necessarily need to make it criminal for somebody to take a cow moose with a calf. But I think if all we did was say, hey, we really discourage you from shooting a cow moose with a calf at her side, I think that would be enough to deter me. If I had a moose tag, a cow moose tag, if the division said we really would prefer you not to shoot one with a calf at its side, that'd be enough. It's not like, you know, these guys were with the trumpeter swans where they've got to have one for their wall. Nobody's looking for a cow moose for their wall. So I don't think we need to take it as far as making it criminal, but I think if we really encourage the division to use that outreach and say, hey, try not to shoot one with a calf, I think that'd go a long ways. And that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon. Wade?
Wade Garrett, Utah Farm Bureau. We support the division's recommendations and just remind you, those doe permits are pretty targeted, and somebody that uses them, a lot of times they give ag guys 5, they might use 1. Colby's even told me that, and I've done a pretty loose poll, but it does give them the option. And as I've worked with the biologists, they're pretty cautious with what they give out, but they're so important to the ag folks, and it buys tolerance if they have that opportunity. So I know we're trying to build a deer herd. I like mule deer as much as anybody. In fact, I've been one that's gotten 5 doe tags the last 3 years and used this many. So, but it does give me the option, if they're really pounding me, I have the option to get rid of my problem. If I have those 5 tags, I can't complain to the division as much. They have those deer on there if I choose to leave them. So, and I think you find that more with ag producers than you realize, that it gives them a tool, but they're probably not using all 5. I would be shocked. I don't know if you guys have numbers. I guess as we start doing harvest reporting, we'll have better, but I would guess that's probably pretty general unless they really have a large problem. So, but thanks for the division and the work they do, and the antlerless increase that comes from the elk plan. I think we need to stick with that. If one thing that I got buy-off from my members is we would keep objectives where they need to be. And so if we're bringing objectives down and you want ags buy-in, I mean, I know some people say we don't shoot those, but that's the only way to bring objectives down. So we appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Wade. Okay, I'll go ahead and summarize the motions there. We had four regions that passed it, the antlerless permit recommendations as presented, and 1 to pass it as presented, and also create a recommendation that will result in the public shooters not to harvest a cow moose with a calf that is visible. I think that captured them. So we'll go to board discussion. Dex, can we talk a little bit about the moose shooting at with a cow with a moose with a calf at its side?
Yeah, I'll pass this one off to Rusty Robinson, our once in a lifetime coordinator. My name was on the agenda for this, but the moose bighorn recommendations, I'm going to let Rusty have this one.
Okay.
Thanks, Dax. Yeah, sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, no, the question was, can we talk a little bit about basically shooting a cow moose with a calf at its side?
Yeah.
I mean, that, as the one rack suggested, we do something to kind of hamper that. Or
yeah, and I actually thought this was actually a really, really neat and good recommendation. I think the division's on board with doing something there. It's really a testament to the public process and things that aren't always at the forefront of our mind. They're at the forefront of others. And so that was pretty neat. We did look up some data, and maybe the perception is that we're killing them all in the same place. Our harvest data doesn't show that. Also, some of the sentiment is that the moose population is declining on the Wasatch West. Our data don't show that either. It shows that we've actually increased in the last 10 years. So, but with regards to the cow and calf thing, I think we're committed. I don't know if the board needs to tell us to do it or do an action item or anything, but we're committed to adding something to the guidebook this year, advising hunters. We're working on some language to put in the guidebook, and also to send an individual letter to all the hunters. There's only 12 cow elk hunters in the state. We're committed to sending them a letter and getting that information out that, it could lead to increased mortality on calves. At the same time, we're also committed to improving our data collection on the back end on the harvest information, and seeing, getting some more information from hunters. What are you seeing out there? How many cows did you see? How many cows with calves? Did you harvest a cow that had a calf? And see if it's a problem, a big problem, if there's some tweaks we need to make down the road. We're committed to do that, and we're happy to. And yeah, we think this is a great recommendation.
Thank you.
The punitive part of it, maybe, we'd be uncomfortable with making a rule at this point, but maybe down the road, if it warrants, we're open to that as well.
Right. Yep. I appreciate that. I think during the harvest season, usually the calves are big enough you'd spot them, unless they're hiding in the willows or laying down. But to shoot a cow that you didn't see it, and then go get down there to it and something jump up, to make it a punitive, that would be I think a mistake. So, and I like the idea of adding it to the guidebook. I think that's a really good way to go, and to send them a letter too. That's really good, positive. Gary, you got something to mention?
So do we need to amend that, or can we just suggest that they put in there strongly discourage killing a cow with a calf? I've seen I've watched moose a lot, and at that stage of the season, the calves are up. They're not generally hiding somewhere. They're usually up and doing whatever their mom's doing, which is feeding. And so it's not hard to tell. But I don't, strongly discourage, I think, will accomplish what we want. I don't know if we have to make it illegal.
I just have to say, I watched that rack and was thoroughly impressed with her presentation. I felt like she had her information gathered and presented well. I was really impressed for a young girl to get up and do that in front of a group of people she didn't know very well. So just hopefully she gets that word that I'm impressed. I'm proud of her that she went out of her comfort zone and presented something that was important to her. So good job to her. And I probably feel along the same lines. I don't know if punitive needs to be necessary, but it would be, and I love that you're already thinking about it, putting something in there to educate. I think education in that would be a great thing.
Somehow the message needs to get back to her of what they're going to do, and when it's done, even get a copy of the letter that's sent to the applicants, or the successful applicants, I guess, so she could see that too. I think that's awesome.
Sorry.
I think we know how to track her down. We'll send her a letter.
Okay.
I was going to say, yeah. But it's kind of cool, just because some people say, why go to the rack? Nothing changes, nothing happens. But here's the instance right here where someone stood up, presented some information, and something's happening about it. So I just think that's pretty testament to the good process that we have, and also people getting up and presenting things that are important to them.
And I'm also very impressed that it's a young person. I mean, we have young kids being involved at an early age and wanting to be part of the process. and going to the trouble to do some research on their own and actually stepping up. It's awesome. I too watched it and I was thoroughly impressed with the girl.
Yeah, we need more of that. That was great. Okay, other board discussion.
As far as like I know a lot of people get up in arms about antlerless hunts, and it is kind of hard to swallow sometimes, but I do recognize that if we don't let hunters hunt them, then they will probably be taken care of in other methods. And so I'd way rather have hunters involved in the process to take care of some of these conflict animals.
I agree with that. And to speak to the landowner tags that they get a few of them here and there. And one of the cool things about that program, it does two things. It gives the landowner an opportunity to address a problem that they're having. But at least in the area where I live, and anecdotally, the experiences I've had, those landowners are more than happy to let some young kid go and take care of that for them. If you go talk to them, they'll just give those here. I got 5 deer doe tags. They'll take a kid out and let the kid shoot it for them. They're more than happy to do things like that within the constraints of the law.
I think we're ready for a motion.
Make a motion that we accept the antlerless proposal as presented by the division, and then add the strongly suggest on the cow harvest for antlerless moose with calves.
I'll second it.
Okay, Stacy, did you get that, or I need to repeat? You got it. All right. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll start down with you, Kent.
I figured that. Yes.
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 Thank you. Motion carries. We're going to take a break. It's right now it's about 10 to 12. Let's take a break. Let's resume about 12:30. That'd be appropriate. Okay. Thank you.
The lunch is ready, and there is enough lunch for any members of the public that are here to have some as well. So I think it's set up in the building right there.
Thank you. Would like to welcome everyone back to the Wildlife Board meeting on May 2nd, 2024. We're up to agenda item number 10, which is shed antler gathering and big game rule amendments. We'll ask Rusty Robinson to come up. And is there any additions or comments you'd like to make after your rack tour, Rusty?
No additions. I probably talked way too much at the RAC meeting, so if you watched any of those, you kind of know where all these recommendations came from, and you know, with regards to some of the rule changes, I'll probably defer to law enforcement on many of those, but happy to answer what I can.
Okay, thank you, Rusty. Questions for Rusty from the board?
I guess we can start with the shed antler gathering. To preface some comments I'll have later with some questions now. And this is probably questions for Lindy, but with regard to non-residents, do we have the numbers and can we get the numbers on non-residents who purchase a hunting license for the purpose of applying in our big game drawings?
We do, and to be clear, we have the number of non-residents that took the the shed hunting ethics course. We don't know if they actually came here or not, but we have those numbers, and then of those people who bought a Utah hunting license. But I'll let Lindy address that.
Hold on, I'm just pulling up the data right now, so. So it looks like we had around 1,200 people that took the ethics course that are non-residents. Sorry. This is not showing me very well. And out of those 1,200 people, only about 300 of them didn't have a hunting license.
Okay, so out of the 1,200, you had 900 that did have a hunting license as well? Or was it the other way? Did I misunderstand?
No, so
that?
there's like a total of like 1,200 non-residents that took the shed antler course. And out of those 1,200, 300 of them did not have a hunting license, a
Okay.
non-resident hunting license.
Okay.
So the bulk of them had a hunting license and they could have bought it for different reasons, you know, applying in the drawing or, you know, coming to Utah to do some other type of hunting activity. But the bulk of them do have a Utah hunting license.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions for Rusty from the board? Not seeing any. Questions from the RAC chairs? Yeah, Austin.
Thank you. I just wanted a quick clarifying question. Could you define the difference between collect, gather, and take, and which one is used in this rule?
That's probably a good legal question. I know that the code says take. And other than that,
Kyle's going to come up and straighten us out.
Yeah, so I'm going to pull up the Title 23 definition for take. But generally, take is a catch-all term for pretty much gathering, collecting, or pursuing. So they're kind of used interchangeably. Let me pull it up. So take means to hunt, pursue, harass, catch, capture, process, possess, gather, angle, sign, trap, kill, or the attempt of that. So collect, it would be, it's not explicitly in the definition of take, but it's a gathering. Or, well, you're bringing into your possession or capturing sheds, essentially. Does that help answer your question?
I think so. I guess my question is looking for a shed attempting to take or locating?
Yeah.
It would fall under take.
Yeah.
Whether I touch it or not.
Right.
Okay.
Mike?
Rusty, in our rack, you mentioned that there's some new technology that the division's working on bringing online that could have people take photos of their like the cactus buck and the management bucks. Can you remind me how far out that you expect that technology to be?
We think, and I don't know if I'm committing us beyond our means, but I think we're a couple years out. Probably not this fall, maybe next. Okay. I did notice in the new code that was modified, House Bill 382, it did add the word gather to the definition of take, and then it says, so you can't do any of these actions: hunt, pursue, harass, catch, gather, etc., or attempt an action in that previous bullet. So I would assume attempt to gather would also be included in take.
Rusty, I got a question. How many states have seasons, and which ones restrict residents or non-residents?
Which ones treat them differently?
Yes.
To my knowledge, and I've got a spreadsheet of all the different states, but I think to my recollection, Wyoming was the only one that had a differential season between residents and non-residents.
Oh, Mike, you got another question?
I've heard that on the agenda for Nevada that they're looking at changing non-residents to open on May 1st and residents to open on April 1st. Have you heard anything like that?
I have not. Haven't been in the loop on that.
Rusty, I have a question about the cactus bucks and management bucks. Is there any, with the proposal the way it is there any mechanism the division has in place to be able to ascertain that somebody's not gonna maybe stumble across the buck of their dreams and just take that buck without having to check it in and just report that they killed a legal buck and try to fly into the radar?
Yeah, I've had some conversations with law enforcement about that, and they can maybe correct me if they want to add anything. But in talking to them, it says that it sounds like they still feel like they can enforce this. They can spot check. They're checking a lot of these people in the field already. There's not that many permits, and so if they could target individuals. And at the end of the day, they're still reliant a lot on people reporting other people with violations in the field. But they still felt like they could enforce this until we had a better mandatory reporting system with photo evidence or whatever down the road. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, kind of. I guess the other is.
Do you have anything to?
Well, if we got law enforcement here.
Yeah, I have a hard time hearing on the side of the room. Ask your question again, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I guess, is there a mechanism in place? And a secondary question, but first, is there a mechanism in place, something to enforce the cactus buck and management buck rule and not take an illegal buck? Like if most people go there with good intentions. They go there with the right intention, but temptation can sneak in if they see the buck of their dreams, and we don't want to put somebody in that position where they see a 220-inch buck standing there and I don't have to turn this in anymore. I can just slip home with it and I've got it and I'm happy. Is there a mechanism in place to stop that? Or are you comfortable with just not having them report it and then you think you can keep it under wrap?
In all reality, they wouldn't report that now anyways, because it would be illegal, right? And so this is what we do. Anything that doesn't seem right, we're going to go and investigate it. And so I don't see this changing how we operate at all, if that helps.
Okay, yeah, it's just a question I had about it. It doesn't really.
There'll still be mandatory reporting. I
Mhm.
mean, correct. And so, I mean, we're not getting rid of that. It's just to be the check-in. So if something doesn't seem right, we're still going to send an officer, an investigator out to check into it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from RAC chairs? If not, we'll go to summarize the public comments. By Director Shirley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item 10, antler gathering and big game rule amendments, we had 20 submissions. 12 of those comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 6, 30% strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 10% were neutral. Again, there were a few other things in here besides shed antlers. Most all these comments dealt with shed antlers to a great extent. Some of the themes here, we had 5 comments that were supportive of a shed antler season. Several suggested April 1st for residents and May 1st for non-residents. We had 3 comments that were generally supportive of the division's recommendation as proposed. We had a couple comments that all shed hunting should be closed until May 1st, like some of our surrounding states. 2 comments that would support a shed antler gathering permit. A couple comments that had concerns about habitat damage occurring during the shed antler gathering time period. A couple comments that spoke to the division's authority to regulate shed antler gathering at all, speaking to antlers falling off and that no longer being wildlife. One comment talking about reciprocity for shed antler gathering should be taken against Wyoming and not everyone else. And last, there was a comment that speaking to the closure, that if there is an emergency closure put in place, then the division should consider and the board should consider all hunting being closed during that same time. That's my summary.
Thank you. We'll move to the RAC chair reports. We'll start with Dana.
Well, hi. I hope I'm clear on this one. There was a lot to discuss under this action item. As with most RACs, this particular action item had a lot of conversation, and we ended up breaking it into 4 motions to try and clarify what we were voting on. Our first motion was to accept the shed antler gathering recommendations as proposed by the division, and that motion passed 6-2. The 2 that dissented, the main sticking point was the separate season for residents and non-residents. We had discussion about how the deer cross state lines, and we also questioned like how the habitat degradation would be reduced with that split season. So again, our RAC proposed to accept the shed antler gathering recommendations as proposed by the division with a motion of 6-2. We also had a motion that was focused on the night vision. Our first motion there was to not change the wording so that it would remain as unlawful to use instead of the change of unlawful to possess. That motion failed, and it was a tight vote, and it was tied, so our chairman had to split our tie. So we then did more discussion, and we proposed to accept the division's proposal for night vision as they proposed, and that passed 6-2. After other discussions for the remainder action items there, we voted to approve the rest as presented, and that motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, Dana. Austin.
Thank you. In the southern region, we too had quite a bit of discussion about what the shed closure would do to non-residents and how that affected those coming to Utah that may be purchasing hunting licenses anyway. In the end, we had 1 motion and it passed 9-1. And the motion was to accept the recommendations as presented for this entire agenda item with a recommendation to the board to consider making the thermal imaging or night vision portion to locate big game a year-round restriction instead of just the July 31st through December 31st. And that was to address those that use night vision devices to locate animals during the shed season or big game any other time. So and that passed 9-1.
Thank you. Chris?
Northeastern region had a few discussion on it. I think kind of the most comment was that just having a non-resident season kind of divides all hunters all in that, and it kind of bothered some of us. Anyhow, that was kind of most of it. We had a motion to accept the proposal as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you, Chris. Mike?
So the central region, we split this into two motions. The first motion was to accept the recommendations for shed antler gathering as presented. That passed 8-2. The two that were opposed, the one person felt like it was unfair to restrict non-residents on public lands. And the other person opposed was one of the federal lands managers and representatives, and and they'd been seeing a lot of habitat and road degradation by people that were trying to access higher country and earlier on, and they would have liked to have seen a shed season for everyone. And then the second motion that we had was to accept the balance of the recommendations with the exception of requiring the check-in of management and cactus bucks provided in section 4 of the rule. And that passed unanimously. And the feeling there was we're so close to having the technology to still have those animals checked in. What's it going to hurt to wait 1 or 2 years? And there was some pretty strong sentiment on that from other members of our RAC. So,
Thank you, Mike. Brad?
The northern region, we had a motion to accept the recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. So do we have any comment cards on this one?
No comment cards. Nope, we're good.
Well, nobody cares. All right. Well, at that will, I guess I'll summarize the motions made at the racks a little bit. We've got 3 racks that passed it as presented. And then we've got one that passed it as presented with the restriction of the making the thermal imaging a year-round restriction, the use of it. And another rack that passed the antler gathering as proposed, but had a motion to restrict. Let's see, except in the night vision. Well, that passed the remainder as presented with accepting the night vision, and then the night vision to change the wording. They wanted to change the wording, and that failed. And so then they accepted the night vision as recommended. So basically, that one actually passed everything as presented. So the only I guess we got 4 that passed everything as presented, with the exception of one. And that had to make the use of thermal imaging or night vision a year-round restriction. Is that fair, Mike?
the central rack asked that that the division still required the check-in of.
Oh, thank you.
and
Thank you.
cactus
That's
bucks.
right. Thank you. So I think we've got three topics on this particular one that I think we need to talk about. I think we need to talk about the thermal imaging / night vision. I think we need to talk about the cactus buck management buck topic, and I think we need to talk about shed antler gathering. Is there any other topics on this one?
Chair, could I ask Rusty, because I have a question on the sheep plugging. Are we going to be the only state that doesn't do that? And I kind of, where sheep are, they're just different. And I would feel better if every other state including all the provinces in Canada, do that. Just leave that the way it is for now. There's so few that you're going to check in, and I just don't think you're not going to gather good data. But when anybody sees a sheep that's not tagged, then it's like, okay, what's the deal?
Yeah, it's a mixed bag at this point. I think I don't know of any other state that doesn't require it for a harvested ram. There are states that they don't require it for deadhead pickups and things like that. And so there is the chance of somebody owning a ram head that's not plugged, and you just never know if that was a deadhead or poached or whatever. In talking to law enforcement, and I'll let them comment if they want, but it sounded like we've never made a case on a plugged sheep in all the time we've done it. And in talking to a lot of other states, that there's not a lot of cases being made elsewhere in the West. So I think at the time when it was instituted, these sheep are really special, and people really wanted to protect them from poaching and things like that. And we just haven't seen that type of thing, at least with the enforcement with using plugs and things like that. But you feel free to, he gives me the thumbs up. And it became a staffing issue, and it became difficult for hunters and outfitters. They're flying in, flying out, and they've got to come check in their sheep. And we weren't collecting good law enforcement data from it, and we can still get all the biological data we need through mandatory check-ins, or mandatory reporting, I should say.
And one question triggered a thought of mine. This exchange is it possible that the plugs, that requirement is what's keeping poaching and other things at bay?
I mean, I guess anything's possible. They still have the mandatory reporting. It's just us not drilling a hole in the horn and tapping a piece of metal in. We're not using the data. Every state does it different. They use the plugs differently. Like Rusty said, some are not doing deadheads. We haven't done the deadheads on Antelope Island. And so those untagged heads are still out there. And so really it's a person put in for 20 plus years, and we're going to go drill a hole in the head and then not use any of the data we gained from it. And we're not making cases off of it either.
I've killed a couple of sheep, and then it's kind of a badge of honor to get that plug in there almost, but I'd be more comfortable mandatory reporting, that's one thing, but if you're not going to plug it and not physically inspect it, why not mandatory picture along with the mandatory reporting? That way, at least you have you have something that you can look at. You might not put your hands on it, but you can see, that way if there's ever a problem in the future too. How easy is it to send a picture with it these days if you're not going to actually make them physically bring it to you?
So I wish the chief was here to answer that, but he'd be able to do it really well. But the pictures and things like that is what's coming, if I understand that right.
Yeah.
So if it's coming, let's just leave it the way it is until it gets here.
I think with all the mandatory reporting we're doing on other big game species, they're going to require photos as part of that. Is that not correct?
I think that's the plan. This year we're moving to mandatory reporting on general buck and bull. Is that right, Lindy? And then we're looking at next year expanding that program even more. And yeah, for sure down the road, I think photo evidence is going to be a part of that.
Do you know how far forward that is looking? How many years till we get that?
I don't know who I'm over committing here, but I think we've been saying by next year, we think we'll be at least moving a lot closer to that. I don't know if we'll be entirely there, but I think that's the plan. Somebody correct me.
Yes, that's the plan. And we're doing that with the Deadhead app right now. We're collecting that type of data. And so it's not too far out.
So the platform is there. We've just got to kind of expand it.
So is that the sheep head plugging, is that an issue we need to talk about separately and vote on? Or are you guys okay with the recommendation that the
I would, I don't know what you guys think, but I would just say on the sheep, I mean, they're so few and far between. Let's just leave it the way it is until you have the technology and, you know, to do it with the online and pictures and stuff. Just leave it the way it is. I mean, there's not that many of them. And if somebody comes from out of state and shoots a sheep and has to go to the division office, you know, and they spent $200,000 on the tag, boo-hoo. I don't feel sorry for them at all.
Mr. Chair, are we taking this
Yeah,
discussion
let's
one
just take one now that
item
we
at
know
a time?
now we
Is
know
that
what we're
what we're
doing.
doing?
Let's start with the sheep plugging and
Okay.
let's finish this topic out, and then we'll jump to maybe the management cactus bucks, and then we'll jump to the
That's all
night
I was
vision.
asking is just, are
Yep,
we doing
yep.
the discussion one at a
Yeah,
time?
now that is there any other topics in this particular rule that we need to address separately?
Okay.
All right, so let's
sheep
continue on with the
plugging.
sheep plugging, unless does anybody else have any discussion on this particular thing?
Sorry, Rusty, I'm gonna make you come back up. One more question.
That's right.
When you said a toll on time and personnel, what does that look like? How bad is it?
Yeah, it's just that time of year, we've got a lot of people out in the field, and I think certain regions get hit harder than others. Certainly southern region, they'd have to have somebody staffed at the office all the time to accommodate those people coming in to check in sheep, and people don't always, we encourage them to make appointments, but they don't always. And ultimately it's a law enforcement thing. And so, and we want the law enforcement up on the mountain enforcing during that time of year. And so it becomes difficult to have somebody there all the time to plug sheep and decide, is it law enforcement doing it? Is the wildlife doing it? And at the end of the day, we can still get the same data by not requiring it.
No other discussion. I'll entertain a motion on this topic.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion. We don't let up on or keep the requirement to plug the sheep until we get the new process in place.
We've got a motion by Bryce to maintain the existing requirements on plugging sheep until the new system is in place. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Kent. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll start down here on,
Just question, so we could set it up to where when that stuff did come online, it would automatically revert to the new rule, because they presented it with just the mandatory reporting and the picture and that kind of stuff, and the plug thing would be out once that other one was in place. We wouldn't have to revisit it. Can we set it up that way?
I suspect we'll be I suspect the mandatory reporting would automatically do that, or am I wrong?
Yeah, my thoughts are it would still be a change in rule as we write it. So we would still want to bring it here and present it here, and you could just vote on the rule.
All right, so let's start with you, Brett.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-2. All right, let's discuss the management cactus buck issue, which is mandatory reporting or check-in for management cactus bucks on those premium units.
It doesn't, I'm not trying to be punitive, but I know on all of the other special units, and this is absolutely a special unit, the Ponsegont, if somebody does catch somebody violating the rules, They usually give them a tag or something like that. Would that go to this? I mean, that would go a long ways toward people making the time and effort to make sure somebody did get caught if they were bending the rules. Has that been talked about at all?
It's considered poaching, right?
Yeah, it would be.
So it
It's
falls under
so
that
it'd be
rule.
the same category, I would think, but I didn't want to just assume that. Yeah, like if you, that's how they stop the locals from all getting really nice deer on the south, is if you turned in your friend who poached a deer, you got a tag. And so on this one, I'm assuming where it's a premium unit, if you shoot a buck that's not a management buck, or you shoot a stag that's not a management, or not a velvet, that would count the same way. Whoever the reporting party was would have the opportunity to get a tag.
I wish I was more versed in that without having it sitting in front of me. Do you guys have that rule?
I mean, because technically it's
Anybody
poaching,
over
as
there
Bryce mentioned.
have that rule?
I might be able to clarify that, Brandon, a little bit, not specific to the answer. The short answer is yes. The poaching reported reward permit policy would allow for a permit inside the Ponsagat unit. Whether that would be for which season would be something that we would want to clarify and rule, but absolutely it would fall under that poaching reported reward permit. So does that help?
Yeah, I think that'd make it work better.
I'll just add my 2 cents on this one. Hey, I think we're probably talking around 30 tags. Is that right? Is that pretty close? Rusty, 30 tags, 20 management and 10
Sorry, we
cactus?
keep whispering over here and missing the question. I apologize.
How many tags are we talking for management and cactus? We talking about 30?
Dax. Pull that up real quick. I've actually got it right here. Yes, 30.
Yeah, about 30 tags. And I mean, so it's a low number. And I think anybody that makes a mistake and shoots one, they're probably, I would hope they'd be honest and say, this is what I did, slap me however I need to be slapped. But if somebody took a trophy that's not a management, and it's going to get around, and I think it's going to get to law enforcement, and they're going to be, so I think it's a real low number here. We're talking of the possibility of it happening is probably pretty remote, I guess, in my opinion. So I guess I'm in favor of what the division has presented, but I want to hear from everybody else.
Staffing issue.
Yeah, again, yep. Part of it. And have we seen any violations in those check-ins?
Rusty, I didn't catch that last part. Did you say we haven't, have we had any incidents where we've had multiple,
Sorry, yeah, law enforcement.
Any of these over the last 10 years that have been?
Not that I'm aware of in over 15 years since I've worked here.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just add one comment to that. What Brandon just mentioned is we have had numerous instances of people that have shot something that didn't qualify as a management buck or a cactus buck that they are calling and turning themselves in as well. So as part of the check-in. So I think what Brandon's referring to is somebody trying to get away with shooting something that we've made a case on, but we have had people turn themselves in when they've accidentally shot something that wasn't legal.
Yes, we've had accidents, but none that we have investigated and found on our own where they're trying to get away with it.
Other discussion? We need to make a motion on this one. If you have something that's, you feel is contrary or different than the existing, than the presentation, then let's make a motion on it. Not hearing one. Let's go to the night vision / thermal issue that was brought up. Discussion on that one.
I think what the southern region came up with is kind of a no-brainer as far as year-round with the thermal. Just if anybody has remotely experienced how lethal and deadly those things are, I don't think anybody would really argue that it should probably be year-round for the use of big game. If somebody wants to go out and shoot coyotes with them year-round, knock themselves out. I mean, I think that's a great use for it, but year-round, I would agree that should probably be included for the use of, or for taking or locating big game.
I tend to agree with that, but I also wonder, like during the spring and early part of the summer, how do you differentiate between someone that's hunting coyotes and someone that's maybe trying to locate shed antlers on, on live animals waiting for them to drop? Does that create a problem for law enforcement in that situation?
So to understand you, right, it's if they're using it for coyotes versus looking for big game, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, what Bryce's point is to go along with the southern region, which I agree with. I mean, we don't need to be using thermal imaging devices to locate big game ever for any reason. I agree with that statement. But if we put it in rule, what does that look like? And as from an enforcement perspective, as somebody how do you differentiate between someone that's hunting coyotes and someone that's trying to locate big game?
It really is just going to boil down to honestly case by case and interviewing, trying to decipher what they really are doing. I'm not going to have a good answer for you, really. It's just an investigation, basically, if we see them being used.
Okay, so really, whether it's 6 months or all year, it doesn't really make a lot of difference from law enforcement perspective. Then
No.
It's case by case, and you got to investigate it anyway.
With what's being proposed this year helps us because it's so hard to enforce the way it's currently written. But in the end, we're still going to have to try to figure out what they're doing with it. If it's a possession issue, I mean, if we catch them just straight up using it, looking at the big game, that's easy. But if they're looking at big game and they're out sitting there watching birds and they got thermals in the back, we're going to have to investigate that and inquire what's really going on and see if that's what they're really doing or if they're breaking the law.
Okay, so from your perspective, does it matter if it's 6 months out of the year you have to work like that or all year long? Does it make a lot of difference?
It won't change.
Okay.
Really anything.
I just seen Darren get up, and I'm probably pretty sure the question he's going to ask is about bears using thermals in the spring. Because that's what I just had a question when I seen him get up, if that would fall into that same.
I don't want to open a can of worms, but probably we should consider lions and bears in this, and not necessarily for bears for the hunting of bears, but lions just in terms of it overlaps big game seasons, and I'm hunting lions and I'm really scouting elk or doing something else. They're more likely to be in the same area, whereas coyotes typically aren't. Well, I mean, they are deer. Anyway, I just thought the board might want to consider that. So.
I thought that the change in language to make it to where you can't possess it during a hunting season was excellent. Where before you'd had to prove they were using it, but you can't have it with you on the mountain when you're not using it scouting deer or elk. But I don't know about restricting them the rest of the year. I'm not sure that's necessary. I mean, I know you can find stuff with them, but I think you're just opening a can of worms. But I like the language change because that makes it so you can enforce it. It wasn't just, well, because I know a lot of guys that just kept it in their pack if anybody was around. And as soon as they were gone, they had them out, and that was during the hunts. So I think the wording change is excellent. I liked it.
I kind of don't like the year-round thing. I don't see the advantage of, I mean, what, you can't see horns when they're cold. All you'd know is that there's some animals there. I don't understand why we want to go year-round with it.
Austin, can you clarify why you guys came up with that?
Sure. So in the southern region, how it came up is unlawful to possess, being year round, to take into account those that are using it June, July, looking for animals that are starting to grow antlers, and just being able to find and pattern these animals, put more pressure on them potentially, even during the shed hunting season. So January, February, March, it's very easy to find those animals with night vision devices. So the sentiment was to make it equal across the board for big game, which as far as I understand it, black bear and mountain lion do not count as big game. You could still use it for those, but for big game, if you're locating big game, you couldn't have it in your possession rather than just a season.
I'm on the fence on this one. I go both ways. It is kind of hard. It's one of those things where people are going to choose to obey or not. And those that try to get away with it are the ones that are still going to try and get away with it. But if it's not going to cause an undue burden on law enforcement where it's year round, I think you mentioned it wouldn't make a big difference if it was year round or just those few months, then it might be something worth really looking at.
I just think that at some point, we as hunters just check ourselves. And this is an easy check, just make it year round. We don't need it early summer to scout. We don't need it to go, harass deer when we're shed hunting, find out where they're at. Just, I think it just make it year round. And I think the Southern Rack got it right on this one, so.
I'll just give you my 2 cents. I really like the verbiage unlawful to possess as opposed to unlawful to use, just because it's harder to prove that I was using something. It's a lot easier to prove that I had it with me because you could see it as opposed to whether I was using it. And so I think in my opinion, I mean, I can see, in June, July, if I'm trying to locate an animal during the day or night, that animal, I could use it. But once the season starts, the hunting season starts, I can't use that thing anymore. So I can't track that animal anymore. And I think that's okay. I think that provides us the ethics that we need for it. But I was looking at it more for hunting and not necessarily shed hunting or lions or bears. That's kind of what I was thinking for that. But I think it's a whole lot easier to stop me from using them by saying unlawful to possess, because now I can't, if I've got a tag in my pocket or my friend's got a tag in their pocket and I'm following them and I have one in my truck, I'm breaking the law. I can't have it with me because I'm with them. I'm scouting. I'm with them, and so I like the language that's in there right now. That's where I am.
I think everybody likes the language. I think the question in front of us is whether or not to have it for 6 months or all year. Is that not correct?
Well, the Southern's motion was to change the language to unlawful to use instead of unlawful or illegal to possess. That was their motion.
No, their motion was to make it all year long and do away with the July to, am I correct, Austin?
Yeah, I believe it was Southeastern region that had a motion that changing from possess to use. We just had unlawful to possess.
That's, you're
extended
right. I'm
year-round.
sorry. You're right. I got it wrong there. That was the one that Chairman Luke had to break the tie on, the one I was thinking about.
Yeah, that was in the Southeast region.
I guess I just don't see need to regulate it all year. Absolutely during the hunts and during the critical times of the hunts, but the rest of the year, I'm for less regulation.
That's funny. I was just reaching for my mic to say about the same thing. I think there's a point where we overregulate. Well, some things need to be, but this is one I feel like 6 months out of the year during the hunt would be a good time. I kind of go back and forth. Like I say, I'm on the fence, but the regulation does kind of tip the scales a little bit for me.
I think if it's something we don't look at today, it's definitely going to come back in the future. With the thermals, it's just, it's kind of, getting out of control. Even though we banned thermals during hunting season, I know it's still pretty rampant, getting use, and hopefully this rule does help for 6 months, but I just think that, it's one of those things that we can, as a technology, especially being on the technology committee, there's just so many new things coming out, and so many ways to make life easier and basically cheating. But I just think this is one we could do without year round. So.
Not hear any other discussion. I'll call for a motion if somebody would like to make one that's different than the division's proposal.
I'll make a motion. We, instead of 6 months out of the year, that we ban the use of thermals for all year to possess for big game.
So does that include unlawful to possess year round?
Yeah, for big game, possess year round for big game. Just change the division's recommendation from 6 months to year round.
Okay. We have a second on that one.
I still kind of agree with that. Like I said, before I second, again, this is not going to make a lot of difference to law enforcement one way or the other. And
as far as how we enforce it, it's not going to make a big difference. But I mean, the intent's to keep people hunting fair. In the fall, it's obviously easier to enforce because they'll have a tag or something like that, if they're breaking the law. But I mean, as far as our investigations on someone using it in the spring, if that's where this board goes, it's not going to change how we do it.
it doesn't change how, I understand that, but does it just put a burden on you to have to do more? Or is it loading up your plate more than
it
what you
could.
got? And then we have to let other things just by default, something else that may be more important gets left alone because we're in the process of dealing with this.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to realize is in the spring, it's not our focus. And so I don't know how much attention it would even actually get unless an officer stumbled across it while they were working fishermen or something like that. It definitely wouldn't get the focus that it would in the fall. But yeah, I mean, ideally it's to keep people from basically cheating during the big game hunts.
Okay. Rusty, maybe you could answer this. How did you talk with anybody? Do you know if it would have any kind of an adverse effect on people hunting bear and cougar in the, in the early part of the spring? Or
I still don't know if I'm the person. I can bring Darren back up.
But it wouldn't affect them because we're talking a big game only.
yeah, big game only? But
So
Yeah, I
this
think
rule wouldn't have nothing to do with, like Austin said, wouldn't have anything to do with.
it would unless the board wants to make an exception. But the only possible problem would be that someone may have it in their possession in the field and then claim on, I'm looking for lions or I'm looking for bears, and actually make it. But we do this all the time. Law enforcement always has to differentiate what the
Yeah,
actual intent is.
I mean, no matter what.
And then the
you
other
rule-
part is, does the board want to limit the use for bears and lions? So that might be something to think about.
No, we don't.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, please do.
I look at this, if it's in the hunting season, if it's in the fall, it's in that 6 months where everybody is out active in the field at pursuing big game. It would be a lot easier to make a case about somebody packing around a thermal than the other 6 months. And they could be doing anything, watching squirrels. I mean, there's a I don't see it's, I don't see it's necessary. It seems like we're more regulation than is necessary to solve the problem that we have. Unless we start, hunt big game in the summer and the spring.
Bryce, will you talk to what your detriment to what's your concern during those other 6 months?
Well, just
Looking for big game, how's it going to impact wildlife?
Well, just like the Southern said, they're obviously, using them in June and July for scouting, with the pressure. They're using them for 100%. They're using, for shed antler, because you can roll up, first thing in the morning or even any time of the day and scan, especially in the wintertime, and scan and see how quickly you can locate game. I don't think I just think it simplifies, if anything, they just don't need to be used for big game, period. It's unless you've really used them and seen them, how effective they are, then you'd probably, maybe if you haven't, you'd change your opinion.
All right, we've got a motion on the table right now to move it to a full year or year round. The use for locating and monitoring big game. And do I have a second? Not hearing a second, I guess that motion dies. So we'll go to the next topic, which is shed antler gathering. Let's talk about that one. Does anybody have any problems with that?
Yeah, I guess I'll start this. I asked the question about the number of permits, not permits, but hunting licenses that non-residents purchase that also go through the shed antler gathering course. And of the 1,200 known non-residents that are coming to hunt shed antlers in Utah that have taken the course, 75% of them also purchase a non-resident hunting license. These are people, I asked Lindy earlier about it, and there's no way to know whether or not they purchased that permit, that license strictly for the purpose of applying for big game, or if they're coming here to hunt small game as well. We don't know those figures at all. But I look at that, I mean, these people they're buying hunting licenses here. They're coming, they're contributing to our economy when they come. And I kind of struggle with the idea of, well, we can say it's a tit for a tat because we got upset with Wyoming for saying we're not going to allow non-residents for 5 days, and we decide, oh yeah, well, we're not going to allow non-residents for 4 months. How do you like that? That's kind of the way it looks. If you try to look at it on the outside looking in, it's just trying to be mean to people. And there are some legitimate concerns, I understand, in some areas of the state where we have a disproportionately high number of non-residents coming in along, border areas with higher population densities in Colorado and Idaho probably, and then in Arizona in the southern region. But I'm not comfortable with doing that and then saying, we're going to be mean to non-residents and we're going to exclude them for a certain period of time. I mean, I understand non-residents in every state across the union, we all pay a higher price to hunt and fish there. We pay higher permit and hunting and license fees, and that's okay. But I wonder, where does this stop? If we do this, okay, we're going to say today, because you don't live in Utah, 1/3 of the shed antler season, you can't come and collect shed antlers, but we're going to let you do it. Really going where we don't have a closure for residents. And if you say non-residents can't come until May 1st, that's kind of a de facto ban on non-residents collecting shed antlers in Utah at all, because there's not many shed antlers left on the ground right now. There will be a couple here and there that are stragglers that get picked up throughout the rest of the year. And some of them even make it till next year, but it's pretty rare. So going forward, what's next? If we do this, 1/3 of the shed antler gathering season, the first third, we don't allow non-residents. So we have a 9-day deer season. Is our proposal going to be pushed and public sentiment going to go to the point where we shove and say, well, the first 3 days of our 9-day deer hunt, non-residents can't hunt that? I think that we need to be looking at this and maybe try to set a better example for the states around us. And if we're going to have a closure for the first 4 months of the year, then the closure is for everybody. And if we're not going to have a closure, we shouldn't have one. And maybe it's better that we try to fall in line with what other states are doing, and then it self-regulates. If we're closed at the same time Colorado's closed, then Colorado people don't have no reason to come to Utah. We don't have to worry about regulating them out of it and trying to be, I guess, in what looks like just being kind of petty about things. And that's just kind of the perspective I have. And I'm just not comfortable doing it for that length of time.
Thank you, Kent. Other discussion?
I listened to the recs, and they all supported the division's proposal on this item. And so it passed at all the recs, and I wasn't on the antler committee, so I don't know how that transpired, but I know they spent a lot of time pounding through it. And for those of you guys who've been on committees, it's a lot of time pounding through it. And I don't think they arrived at their recommendation in a lighthearted manner. I don't know if they were worried about tit for tat and taking a high road and all that stuff. I'm not sure if that was in there either. But I feel like, based on the fact that all of the regions voted in favor of it, that has some bearing here as well.
Rusty, do you want to, go ahead, Lindy, if you want to.
Yeah, can I make a clarification real quick? So I actually reversed those numbers. It's opposite of what I said. It's the 300 had a license out of those 1,200 people. So it's actually 1 in 4 have a hunting license in Utah.
Okay.
So.
Did I invert that, or did you?
No, I did when I came up
I'm
here,
sorry.
and I was like looking at it quickly, and I reversed the colors on the graph. So it's
Thank you,
actually
Lindy.
1 in 4 have a hunting license that do the course.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's only 25%.
Rusty, both of us being in that room, it's 100% a tit for tat because of Wyoming.
That was part of it. Yeah, absolutely. There was, that sentiment exists. There was one member that felt particularly strong about that. And also at the same time, the committee initially recommended the reciprocity concept to where states that don't regulate us, we would not regulate them. And so you're right, that was part of it. The other big part of it is that, you know, all these other states have a May 1st open date. Pretty much everybody around us now, except for Arizona. Idaho's going that way, it looks like. And so I think that's eventually where it landed was we've got to do a non-resident season or else all these non-residents are going to be chomping at the bit to shed hunt because they can't shed hunt in their backyard. So they're going to come to the closest place that's open, which would be Utah. And some places get hit harder than others, probably the northern part of the state and probably extreme east, extreme southeast, where it's easily accessible to non-residents. But you're right, there was some vengeful feelings in that room, and there was also a concern that we're going to get inundated with non-residents that were flooding in, looking for a place to shed hunt if we left it open to them.
Yeah, I obviously expressed my opinion on that in that committee that, you know, I think it's, and I'm not going to go down this road today, but a season would have put everybody on the same page and would have accomplished, it kind of keep everybody in their own state at their own time because it all opens at the same time. But I too, like, can't, it's like, I remember sitting in a meeting with division employees from other states, you know, and asking Wyoming, it's like, you know, are you guys, it's a race to see who can, you know, lay it to the other states the fastest. And it's a slippery slope and I don't like it because I like to hunt in other states too, you know, and I don't want this to translate. It starts here, but it's going to go, like he said, could go to the season, you know, for deer or for hunting, you know, and I think we just need to be super cautious of that because I don't want it to get to that point, you know. I would rather see everybody kind of get along and kind of be on the same page than, you know, I don't think we need to go out of our way to hammer, you know, non-residents. And again, I know that the committee recommended this, the racks, but I think everybody needs to take a step back and maybe look at the bigger picture on where it could go and not just shed season or shed antler seasons, because it's going to go to something we don't want it to be.
And I want to be real clear that non-residents are also part of our constituency in this state. And we're not trying to totally devalue non-residents and keep them out and all that kind of stuff. And so when the division decided to support the committee in that non-resident season, we didn't take it lightly. It was something that we thought about a lot. And the committee felt very strongly that they didn't want to be inundated at that time of year, given the surrounding states season. So that's just explaining the reasoning behind it.
This one's a tough one also. I feel like we have such a great state. As we've mentioned a few other times today, we have beautiful areas, great public land, and I don't feel like it's my place or others' place to tell people what they can do here on our public lands. So that one's a really hard one for me. I understand. I mean, I do feel sentiment that, yeah, everywhere around us is closed during that season. So we probably will get quite an influx of non-resident, but I do feel like that's already happening. I feel like that's the case already. So I don't know how much is going to change. I mean, it would change if we disallowed it, but so yeah, I kind of have some of the same feelings where I don't want to come across as vindictive or pushing people out because we feel picked on. So that's, I don't really want that to be the sentiment. If it goes the route where we get inundated because there's so many other non-residents coming in and there's a problem caused by that, maybe, but right now I don't see that being the case.
Well, that is the case in places. It really is. especially in the Northeast region. That is the case. So,
And is it a habitat issue or a crowding issue, or what's the main?
It's just when you closed Wyoming and Colorado, which is where the Northeast borders, that is the case. And now that they're closing Idaho, it's gonna cause other places. So that we are seeing that, and I think that's a lot of the problem. But since I got the mic, I'll take just a couple things. We got lots of comments, and Director Shirley gave us some of them. But out of the we had 2 that strongly agreed on this one, and 10 that somewhat agreed. And out of those 10 that somewhat agreed, several of them didn't give any comments, but 5 of them that did give comments, their reason they only gave it a strongly agreed because they wanted residents to have a season 2. 5 out of those 10 that, and not all of them gave comments, but 5 of them disagreed with it because they wanted a resident season. And also on the somewhat disagree, the one that did that, they wanted a resident restriction also season. So, which kind of tells us a little bit. And I made some I looked at some of the other ones that on the central region, they had two that wanted a resident season. On the Southeast region, or I'm sorry, on the southern region, that one really surprised me because on that one they had 5 or 6 people that strongly disagreed with this one. And of those 6 people, 5 of them, the comments they left was because they wanted a season for residents. 5 of those 6 that strongly disagreed with it. And the 6th one was a non-resident. And so from what I take of looking at this, even the one that somewhat disagreed wanted a season for everybody. They wanted everybody to do the same thing. And so from a lot of the comments that we got online, whether they were just for the board here or whether they were for the racks, there's a sentiment out there that says we want to treat everybody the same, and but we need a season for this. And I don't think this board today has the right to create a season for everybody. But I think that's where we're headed. And I think that's where we need to get. So that's just my 2 cents. And I don't know what we can do today. I think what the division has proposed is a step in the right direction. But we need to finish that step and make it and I hate to do that because I'm a lifelong shed hunter. I mean, I've done it since I was a little boy, and making arches with my dad, but I think that's where we're headed, and I hate to see it because, and I haven't been out the last 4 years because it's not fun anymore. It used to be a lot of fun. It's not fun anymore, and that's where we've got to with this, and it's too bad, but. That's my 2 cents. I think that's where we're headed is having a resident season 2, and that's harder because you've got a lot of people out on the landscape that are, whether they're lion hunting or just out looking at critters or doing whatever, they're causing animals to be distracted. And I know our data didn't show it when Brock presented that to the mule deer committee. I'm sorry, to the shed committee. But it's happening. If you've ever shed hunted, you've seen critters running, and I've seen them run from canyon to canyon and back because of other people that are out, and they get harassed, and so I can understand why other states are closing it, and in my opinion, I think we need to go that direction too.
Would it be too far to go back and say, hey, would the division and the shed antler committee maybe look at this one more time and see if the shed season would, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, that, we wouldn't have to target non-residents. We wouldn't have to, we could all be on the same playing field. We could not go down the road that we're going down of possibly, having a civil war with other states on how we hunt and shed antlers, because I just don't like, the way that it is possibly, going to go. And then honestly, the reciprocity thing, I would rather look at that, and say, listen, if everybody around is on the same playing field, that's fine. But if one state is, being a lot more difficult than others, great. We'll have the same, whatever, rule they want to put in place. We'll do the same. But if everybody else is playing fair, let's just leave it the way it is, So I would suggest that, we could have them look at it one more time, before we decide anything.
On the flip side, I don't know if I would want to have a full closure. I mean, if it comes to that, this is a step in the right direction if it's causing problems, but I don't know if the full board would be on board of saying, let's have a season closure. So if this is like the direction, it's either non-residents or a closure, I'm going to say non-residents can't come, but I would rather have it open because I don't feel like the whole state feels that sentiment.
Until it goes to, you can't come to our state and hunt the first 5 days, then it's going to get their attention. But at that point, maybe we've already, it's too far down the road, because I think that will change a lot of people's minds.
I know the fear the committee had was we were going to get inundated with out-of-staters, and I know we will in certain locations. And we have the numbers of how many people did the antler gathering permit thing. Do we feel like there's more people doing it than that? I know a bunch come over from Nevada out west of me. I mean, I know there's a bunch of places they come in, and that is a real, it's an issue. It's an issue. I know I've the amount of Californian people out on the deep creeks always shocks me. That's a pretty long ways to come, but they're there, and then they're there because we're open. And I don't know. I don't have a ton of heartburn having them start a little later, but.
Is there a way to gather more data on how much the deer are being affected by shed hunters? Is there any research we can do there?
Probably the only way to do it is look at take a more localized approach, maybe finer data points or something. We just looked at it as at the statewide level, and we couldn't detect a significant difference of daily movement patterns between when the season was closed versus when it was open. So, but that's at the statewide scale. We have looked at it at a finer scale on Antelope Island, which is an extreme where it did displace about a third of the ungulates moved outside of their home range as a result of those two, really extreme days of shed hunting. And maybe there's other places in the state that are really extreme like that, but at the statewide level, we couldn't detect it. So yeah, I mean, that would probably be the only way to do it, is just pick specific areas and look at really fine scale data and maybe up the data points on the collars or something like that.
I don't recall a real big influx in out-of-state shed hunters until all the states around us closed. So that's kind of been the trigger point.
Rusty, I got a question. This is strictly on or public property, right? It's not on private ground at all.
So there's two little caveats. One would be in rule and one would be in code. The code caveat says in the event of an emergency closure, it wouldn't apply to private landowners or their guests. And then in rural, we're proposing that, sorry, I mixed that up. If the board does decide, the board has the authority to set a resident season. If they do set a resident season, it wouldn't apply to private landowners or their guests. In rural, we're proposing that if there's an emergency closure, that private landowners could pick up an antler if it was interfering with normal agricultural practices. So hopefully sorry to confuse anybody, hopefully that clarified. So yes, if there is a resident season that's set here today, it would only apply on public land.
I might have misspoke a minute ago. The numbers I quoted were from the northern region. I think I might have said the southern, but it was the northern region that had 6 that were against or strongly disagreed, and 5 of them were residents, or 5 of them that wanted a resident season, and 1 was non-resident.
Mr. Chair, I forgot the paper that I wrote that down on as I went through those online comments from all the regions and the ones to the board specifically. But as memory serves, it was like in the neighborhood of 70% that wanted some kind of closure on residents as well. I was actually quite shocked at seeing that. When the proposal came out first, I fully expected to see a huge amount of people that were in favor of keeping the residents out, or keeping non-residents out, and keeping the statewide open year-round for residents. And I was completely shocked at the number I seen and the people I've talked to that were actually in favor of having some kind of a season for residents as well.
I really think that's where we're headed, and I hate to see it because, like I said, I'm a lifelong shed hunter. But if I had my druthers, what I'd like to see happen today, and I would like to see us make a motion to put on the action log, and I don't know if this is even legal, to put on the action. So help me if it's not legal, to put on the action log for the division to maybe bring back some kind of a proposal for a shed season for residents. And then us go ahead and approve this today as an interim step to do what we're to that. But I guess if I had that's what I'd like to see. But I don't get a vote because you're all here today. And thank you for being here today.
You can make a motion though, can't you?
I can make a motion, but I'm not going to. But anyway, well, I might. I can't make motions. All right, yeah, I'll do that. I'll make a motion that we ask the division to put on the action log to bring back a proposal for a shed season for residents. It's up to them. Yeah, I would hope that it would be consistent with a non-resident target date would be my preference, but I think that, the target date. Whenever you could.
Mr. Chair.
I don't think you'd have to reconvene a committee and do all that kind of stuff, okay? I think this is, I would just like the division to look at it and see. Yes.
Would you entertain changing your motion slightly?
Yes.
Okay. I would request that you place in there that the season applies to everybody across the board, not just residents. We want a season that applies to everybody, irrespective of where you live, where you hang your hat, and throw in a starting date. Give the division something to work with.
Is that kind of what you're already in line. I think that's what he was saying, have a resident season that matches the non-resident season. is
Yeah,
kinda what I'm-
Okay, yeah, I misunderstood that. I thought you were
it would
talking about
match the non-resident.
resident.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what I'd like to see.
my bad. I misunderstood that. And
but-
then give them a starting date as well.
The target date is what, for the action log, and I appreciate Gary mentioned that he wanted a target date by when we wanted the division to come back with that proposal. And Rusty, how long do we need to give you? Jude?
I think part of that, if I can add 2 cents, I feel like since we do have a shed antler committee, it should go back to the shed antler committee. I don't think we should override that. So I feel like if this is going to be part of the discussion, I don't want it straight from you. I want it from the committee too, Rusty.
Yeah, I guess that's where I'm hanging up here is, so today we're making recommendations based on what the committee recommended. But you want us to reconvene the committee and change the recommendation?
I don't think you need, that's me. I don't think you need to reconvene the committee because they've already made their recommendation and they said not a resident, but let's do this. But we've got enough public comments from this, from the folks from this recommendation that want to see a resident season, that I think we need to bring that back. But it would have to, that would have to come through the RAC process all over again and get public comment again and us look at it. So, but I would, that's my motion to put it on the action log. And and I don't know how long you need. But I don't think it has to go back through that because they've already convened and you guys have talked this through it at depth and you decided, the committee decided against it. But since then, we've got enough public comment that tells us something more than you guys had at that time.
Okay, so
But Randy, to that point though, I think that's good information that the shed committee could see all the comments that we've got and maybe help them have a discussion. I don't think one more meeting for them is a deal breaker because I think a lot of the information that we've gathered, that all this, because they didn't see all that, when they made when we made our recommendation, we didn't see that most of the comments supported a shed season. I think I would like them especially if it's going to go back through the racks, I would like to see them, sit down one more time and see where they have a discussion. But
But you'd still basically require them to come back with a shed season for residents.
Yeah. I would. Yeah. I mean, I still support I'll be first to support your motion but I would like to see not only the rack and the board, but I would like to see the shed committee too, like Paula said.
I'm okay with that. I just think, I would just think it'd be a wasted step because we're asking them to do it anyway. So for those guys to say that, but I'm okay with
That one
it.
is kind of hard because it's like we're telling them to change their mind in a way. Like if we go back and say committee, here's your discussion, but you better come back with a recommendation.
I'm already getting
that-
text
that
messages. I'm not
residents-
sure they're going to change their mind.
So I don't know if that's what we want to say. I'm not going to tell a committee what they have to tell us what they have to propose. That's between the committee, but I don't know. Yeah.
I think Director Shirley has something he wants to mention.
Yeah, this has obviously been a really hard topic, and I think there are a couple things. Since the shed committee last met, we've also had a legislative session that some of the things that they recommended were or were not approved in there, which could weigh into some of the things they want to talk about, whether that's a license, whether that could be a number of non-residents that we might be comfortable with in lieu of season dates. I think there's some things that could be discussed. And I love the motion of, well, I won't get into the weeds of supporting the division's recommendation. That's where I stand. But I do think there's things that the committee could work through that have changed since they last met.
Since I wasn't part of the committee, did they have a public questionnaire on seed enclosures or anything about
No,
that?
we considered that. And then at the end of the day, we thought, who's our target audience? We could send a survey to everybody that's taken the shed antler ethics course. And then we thought, well, most of them probably like you're probably going to get a pretty biased response. We didn't know what we were going to learn from specifically targeting shed hunters, and I think most of them don't want to regulate themselves. And so we just thought, yeah, maybe we're not going to get real non-biased responses out of that type of survey.
I guess my thought, I would just like to see more public input before we just have a mandate of what needs to happen.
Does seem a little odd that the recommendation wasn't liked, so say nope, come up with a different one. We don't like that one. I mean, I don't want to send that message because I know committees spend a lot of time and effort. I mean, and angst deliberating on what's going to be best for all, and so I don't know how we can avoid that though with this.
We could just pass the committee's proposal and then see what happened. I don't.
I think Randy was right. That's headed this way anyway. I mean, we know where it's headed.
Yeah, my proposal is just to put it on the action log and then bring it back through that particular part, bring it back through the RAC process, but go ahead and, like Brett just mentioned, pass this one today. We still have to do something with the non-residents, all the people that commented. We need to do that. And who knows? I mean, if they bring it back through the RAC process, we might, might not be approved. Yeah, I don't know, but I think to me, all the comments we had, we're not done with this one today. That's my concern. We're not done with this one today. It's going to come back whether we tell it to or not.
So you're kind of saying, let's pass it, but we're still going to look at it. You guys need to still look at it more.
Yes.
Okay. I'm good with that.
And I was just putting it on the action log so that we actually had something on there.
Do we have a target date on the action log? Can we give them, when we want some kind of?
Is this time next year too long? And Stacy, maybe, I mean, there's the fall cycle, which personally I like to hunt in the fall. There's the later December cycle, or this one probably.
Let's do it at the one that's like an hour and a half long.
So we can make it 3 hours. Yeah.
We're gonna
That's
come.
probably December, right?
Yeah, I'd rather be here for
we can shoot for that.
8 hours instead of 12.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that so we're looking by fall of 24?
Yeah, I think that December rack cycle would work.
December 24. Okay, that's my motion. Do I have any kind of a second?
Second.
We got a second. Discussion. All right, we'll start down there.
Yes.
This was just to put it on the action log, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
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 Okay. All right. So I think because to me, that's the biggest concern that I saw was the resident kind of versus thing there that everybody didn't like. So, all right, let's go back to the original topic of I think the original topic was a non-resident season. Or is it still an issue?
It might be interesting to see what happens, if it makes a big difference for those areas that are getting hit hard. Maybe this will be a good solution that we won't have to have a closure. That's my.
I'll entertain a motion on non-residents or this on shed season if it's different than the division's proposal.
What if we move to accept the division's proposal as presented?
You're talking not just on shed season, but the entire The,
Yeah,
the
I
rest,
think-
the rest of the proposal?
I
Because
think,
we're
yeah.
going to have to do that eventually too.
I think we're there, aren't we?
If you're making that motion, we are.
I just made it.
All right, you made a motion to accept the rest of the division's proposal on the shed antler gathering and big game rule amendments. Is that what I understand?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion and a second, motion by Brett, second by Gary. Any other discussion?
Yeah, a little bit. So your action log item is going to come up this December, correct?
Yes.
This coming December. All right, well, I may still have some reservations, but
I guess my reservation, if we're having a discussion on it, is just the fact that we're gonna make a rule and then possibly have to change the rule, but I don't know, we're gonna look at it again. I'd probably not like the non-resident ban. You know, we've all said we don't want to target other states, but that would be my opinion.
Brett, would you consider amending your rule to leave the non-resident clause out of the shed antler gathering for the time being until we go to our next meeting in December and leave the rest of your motion intact?
I think we're just rebeating the same thing that the committee did. Just guessing, and they've already, and the division liked it and the committee liked it. I think we ought to try it, but in order to try it, it has to work for a year or more. So if it comes back in December, nobody's lost their horns yet. So
Just so we're on the same page as far as time frame, this wouldn't take effect until, if it passes, May 1st of 2025. And so we wouldn't have any of that data. If we made another recommendation in December, we wouldn't experience we wouldn't have a year of data collected at that point. So just so we're on the same page.
that's what I was trying to say. We're not going to know anything more in December because nobody's lost their horns yet.
So would a year work better for the target date rather than 5 months?
Yeah, if we want to look at a year of data and see how it worked with non-residents and that sort of thing, then yeah, maybe December 2025. But leave that up to you.
I feel like that would be kind of critical in making this decision. So my opinion would be to wait for a year, December 2025. Would we have to amend that though? Because we just made a motion and
Yeah, we just approved a motion to do
Yeah,
it December
have to-
2024. So that one's done.
But if we pass the rest of it, I don't know. Then that includes the non-resident part of it.
Right.
is
Right.
it possible
And
to
we've
make
got
a
a motion and a
motion?
second. We're just in the discussion period to see if we want to amend it. And we've got an amendment.
Withdrawn.
You withdraw it?
And well, that's a hard one. After we make a motion, Stacy, and we voted on it, is there any way to modify the date and re-vote on it? How does this work? Because I do feel like a
I
year of
suspect with
data
another,
is
with a second motion to revoke
second
that
motion.
earlier motion, but I don't know. Thank you. We've worked hard to get this to this last day.
Last day, you are out of here. So currently you have a motion and a second on the table. So you will need to take a vote on that motion, and then you could reopen your motion for the action log to modify the date if that's what you choose to do. So it's going to have to be done in two, but right now you need a vote on your last motion.
that's a tough one, 'cause that kind of bases what my vote will be on this.
That's why you wear the jacket.
That is right.
Okay, any other discussion on this motion?
We'll take a straw poll about who'd be in favor of moving the date before we move forward on this. Don't listen, Stacy. I would too, just to give it a C.
Can't we amend the motion to move the date?
Not till after we do the one you've already got. I think in my mind, we're trying to get the entire thing on the same timeline. So if we do it this December, we're all going to be on the same timeline in May of next year, in my opinion. For, residents and non-residents. But if we wait till December of 25, and we pass this one, we'll have non-residents for a year and then possibly something else, which I understand. I think that's what Paul was thinking.
Would be more like June of 25, wouldn't it? Not December, because then it'd be in force for the next year. Or would we wait till December to decide it?
I think Paula was talking about waiting till December 25 before we have that action item come back to us.
Let's go ahead and vote, and then we'll talk about the other.
Okay.
All right, Brett, we'll start with you.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
All right.
No.
Motion failed 2-3. So we'll go back to the original. We're back to the. Do we want to talk about the motion I made and the
Modify his motion or amend his motion on the action log timing?
yes,
Can I ask a question before you amend it? Why can't we just table this until December? And not make a decision on it, table it, and then decide then?
I don't know that it's proper for this board to table things. We can go ahead and if you don't want to do it, I mean, let's vote against it and then bring it back up in December. I think that's okay, but I don't think it's proper for us to table things when we've spent so much time discussing them. And I guess part of my concern here is we've got 5 different racks that voted not unanimously because there was some that voted against it, but 5 different racks that approved it, the non-resident. And here we're talking about going against 5 racks with absolutely no new information. I mean, it's one thing if we have new information that tells us different than what the rack people had. But I don't know that we have any new information to present to change, and we're going against them. So that I don't, I think that's sending the wrong message to the public too if we do that. But I think Mike, you had your hand up. Have you got a comment you'd like to make?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I don't mean to overstep my bounds here, but in watching your discussion, I feel like my rack didn't have these other options before them. And I don't know, I'm not going to say how they would have voted, but if the board is seriously considering reconvening this agenda, this item in December, I think the optics of passing something that is punitive to non-residents and then coming back later and changing that or doing something could potentially do more harm than good. I don't see why, how to proceed with that, not knowing how my RAC would have voted, but there's a lot of new information, just like you pointed out in the public comment. So there is a little bit of new information. So, but I do worry that passing something today that then we're gonna readdress in 7 months' time could be kind of a hard part of the process.
Just been, I'm gonna come, the new information isn't really new because you guys had that information when you made the calls. It was the new information that basically I was pointing out was how many people chose the non-resident, but you guys each had those when you made your recommendations.
Independently, yes, but
Yeah.
collectively, it's interesting to see what the board comment was and what other RAC comments were that we didn't have.
Yeah. Go ahead, Austin.
Randy, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. As far as I read the rule, all the changes that are made there would put season dates in the guidebook. I assume that's field regulations. So wouldn't that be very difficult to make a season date in December when field regs come out in the summer? Maybe I'm wrong on my timing there, but could someone help us understand when you would have to set those dates? Because they're not set in rule. The dates are set in the guidebook as far as I read it.
While a couple of people are thinking about that, I'll just make a comment as well that there are some things in the rule change with shed antlers that have changed in code. So we do need to address that and adopt that part of the rule. The date decision could be tabled for lack of a better term, but there are parts of the rule that do need to be addressed that were passed in code. So we can't just table the whole thing, I would say.
Thank you.
And that was my request to Brett, was just to eliminate the season, the dates on there, but there's other stuff that we have to address. I'll take a stab at a motion, Mr. Chair, if you're willing.
Please do.
I make a motion that we accept the division's proposal with the exception of the season date closure on non-residents as presented.
You're talking about the balance
The balance.
of the big game rule
The balance of the
and
big
shed
game rule.
season.
So I'll restate that for clarification. So Stacy does not throw M&Ms at me.
I just wanted to make sure we wasn't going to have to make another motion.
Yeah.
You're not just talking
So-
shed season. You're
the
talking about
motion-
the balance of everything.
Yes.
Good.
Motion is to accept the balance of the big game rules as presented with the exception of the season closure on non-residents for shed antler gathering.
Okay, I got a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll
second it.
Yeah, so basically he's just tabling that portion of it until later. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're not voting it down. We're just tabling that
Well, you
portion
can't-
until they
Yeah.
can vet it.
Yeah,
further.
we're voting it down. That's what we're
Well,
doing. We're
we
voting
got to
it down.
vote it down in
Yeah.
order to
Okay.
table it, but
And Brett, did you second? Who seconded it? Brett seconded it. All right, any discussion on this motion? All right, let's call for a vote. Brett,
Yes.
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 it's unanimous. Thank you. We got through it. Yeah, we didn't even get hit with M&Ms or anything. All right. Rusty, thank you. This was a big deal, and I appreciate all the time and that you and the committee put into this. We'll get through this one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item is the 2024 CWMU Antlerless permit recommendations. Chad Wilson, our Public Lands Wildlife Coordinator.
Yeah, and I don't know that I have any updates. This is all pretty straightforward. So yeah, I don't know if you have any questions for me, but happy to address anything.
Do we have any questions for Chad on CW Antlerless?
Chad, I'd seen some comments from the public where there was some concern over the 90-10 split, and then the CWMU didn't have any antlerless tags at all. Can you speak to that a little bit, and how many are there and what does that look like?
Yeah, I don't have that data right in front of me. They're pretty much almost all of your deer CWMUs don't have any antlerless. I think there's 3 deer CWMUs in the state that do have antlerless tags. So mostly that's what you're looking at is ones that are deer only. There are a few elk ones that don't, and a few pronghorn ones. Cow moose, we don't have any cow moose. So there are some. Largely, it's deer, the ones that are deer only, or yeah.
Okay. The ones I seen the comments on were dealing specifically with elk. I'm sorry, I didn't mention that. But they were, and I didn't know how many or if there was, because I just seen those comments and I actually got an email, but it was the other day. But
Yeah, for elk, there will be some. I don't think it's a large amount. I think it's a small percentage. And usually those are done on a case by case basis. So a biologist will look at that area. And a lot of times when there's not, they don't have a lot of bull permits either. So it's just one where maybe it's more of a migrational corridor that they don't hold cow out for a long time. So that would be the reason for having 0 recommended.
okay, thank you. I just wanted that on the public record.
Okay.
Any other questions for Chad? Question by RAC members? No. Well, we'll go with online comments, Director Shirley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item 11, CWMU antlerless permit recommendations, we had 11 comments. 6 of those comments, 55% strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal 2, or 18% strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 27% were neutral. The main themes, CWMUs need to do more to get public on their units to reach their antlerless elk harvest. DWR or others shouldn't be removing elk for them. CWMU should have the same dates and weapon types as surrounding units to help disperse pressure. And then that 90-10 split thing that Kent brought up, there was a comment on that for antlered permits shouldn't be an option for CWMU where no antlerless permits are given. That's my summary.
Thank you. We'll go to RAC Chair information. I don't see Dana or Dana. Are you still with us? I know you had to leave early or earlier. Oh, all right. Dustin, well, you don't mind coming up and giving us a report for the Southeast region? We'll stop. Yeah.
The motion was to support the DWR's recommendation as presented, and it passed 7-1.
Thank you. Austin?
Yeah, thank you. Southern Region, one motion to accept the CWMU antlerless permit as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Northeastern region had one recommendation to support lost train of thought there, to accept the division's recommendations for the CWMU antlerless permit recommendations, and it was passed unanimously.
Thank you, Grizz. Mike?
The central region, as usual, we discussed the CWMU stuff quite a bit, and we passed the motion to accept the recommendations as presented, with the exception to set a minimum antlerless permit number that matches or exceeds the number of bull elk permits on a CWMU that has elk. And the thought behind that was just to open up more public opportunity. That was passed 7 in favor and 2 opposed. And those opposed were a little concerned that if a unit wasn't at objective, that there was no reason to force antlerless harvest on them.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Brad?
Northern Region had a motion to accept the permit recommendations as presented that passed unanimously.
Okay, thank you. I don't believe we don't have any comment cards on this particular item. So we'll come back to the, I'll give a summarization. We had four regions that passed it as is, and one that passed it as is with the exception of having a minimum antlerless permit numbers that matches or exceeds the number of bull elk permits that CWMU has. I think that's correct. Bring it back here for discussion. Mike, was the central region where they're aware of the CWMU committee that met and that there was part of the new rule that's coming out. They probably haven't seen it, but it's going to come out to help us with the cow harvest. Is that?
Yeah, they were aware that the CWMU committee had been talking about that. I know they're not aware of anything concrete that the division's doing. As a member of that committee, I'm not even aware of what the division has proposed. There has been a strong sentiment that in our RAC that maybe CWMUs they're shooting bulls, but they're not shooting cows. They're not harvesting cows, and they're not. And in the mind of many of those on my RAC is that if they're not shooting the cows, they're not participating in the management of the actual herd. And then there's also the concern that the public gets their opportunity through cow tags, antlerless tags, mainly. And by not having sufficient antlerless tags, they're not getting that opportunity. So, and then there's some fringe comments about the, displacing elk and, not having a CWMU be a sink during the general season that attracts elk. So.
Okay, thank you. Chad, could we get you to kind of discuss that a little bit? The Central's proposal or motion that they made as compared to, I know our next meeting, I think you're planning on bringing the CWMU recommendation about all this, about their recommendation. How much would that change what you feel is going to be proposed by the division at that particular time next month or 2 months?
Yeah, I think next month we'll have some recommendations that come forward that can help address specifically the units that are over objective. I think the way that it looks like it's going now, our recommendation will be that this is still targeted by CWMU to CWMU. So there's some that will harbor more elk where we can get additional harvest from. And then there's some that just, they don't have them for very long and it's more difficult. But yeah, I think you'll see some recommendations some strategies to help get more harvest from CWMUs.
If we supported the Central with this one, are we going to damage some CWMUs by having them kill as many cows as they do bulls?
There's some potential there. I mean, I think the reason sometimes when these aren't, CWMUs feel like that they are maxing out on what they can on antlerless harvest. I would say, usually that's worked between the division and the CWMU. So even the comment earlier about some of them having zero, that's based on conversations with the division and the CWMU. So, I mean, there's potential that you could say, let's match that and you don't get any additional harvest. You might get additional harvest or hunters, but you may not get more harvest. There is potential too that you said that, and maybe there would be additional harvest as well. Some of them, yeah, there's a reason why those numbers are where they're at. And I guess it's hard to say for me to speak for every CWMU in the state and say whether some of them could harvest some more. There's probably some that could harvest some more. And there's probably some that are at their max. Having an experience as a biologist, there's some that I pushed kind of hard to increase their cow numbers, and we did that, and it didn't increase the harvest. The harvest stayed about the same. So they took more hunters and didn't harvest more. So CWMUs are difficult in that way, is that there's 130 of them. They're all unique and have a different management ability for each one of them. So we could do it. How much more harvest would get, I don't know. We would get more hunters.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I suspect that the proposal that you might be coming out with next month will have some kind of penalties if the division is requiring additional harvest and the CWMU is not getting it. Is that, I mean, some kind of a.
Yeah, and this was actually currently in rule, and it's something that we probably could have been doing better at, is just if a CWMU is not meeting their management, that they go to the CWMU advisory committee and explain why they didn't hit. In the COR, we have a 3-year minimum harvest. So if a CWMU is not hitting that harvest, even currently with the current rule, we could bring them to the CWMU advisory committee and have them be put on probation or explain why they didn't hit that minimum. Like potentially there's some good reasons of why they weren't able to hit it. The migration changed or something else, but yeah, we have, I don't know. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Yep. Other comments? Back to the RAC or board discussion.
I get the feel that the CWMU operator and the biologist or the landowner, whatever the case is, are working together and learning of how things work, and they set the numbers, and that's what's working because they know the place and the animals that are on it. It's hard to just throw a blanket over all of that and have it work the same for everybody. That's what I'm feeling through this conversation.
Thank you, Brett. Other comments? Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept the CWMU antlerless permit recommendation as proposed by the division.
I'll second.
Motion by Gary that we accept the 2024 CWMU antlerless permit recommendations as presented by the division, seconded by Kent. Any discussion on the motion? We'll start down there with you, Kent.
Yes.
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 I think I'll recuse myself from this vote.
Okay, thank you. Brett recused himself just because he's a CWMU involvement closely owner operator. That was our last action item. Director, is there anything else we need to discuss today?
No, I don't I don't think so. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
A motion, we adjourn.
By Paula,
I'll second it.
seconded by Brett. All in favor, raise your hand. All right, unanimous. Okay, thank you, everybody. And appreciate the public who really aren't here anymore, but we appreciate their involvement, except for you RAC chairs. Thank you for being here today.